Mic check, mic check. 1 2 1 2.
I
Blue
can hear
season
you.
is back in the building. Real quick, how we sounding on the mic so we can get this thing started? Y'all put a one in the chat if we sound good. And make sure there ain't no echoes or none of that crazy stuff. Y'all know how stream y'all be doing, man. One's in the chat if y'all can hear us clear.
What up?
Y'all know what time it is. Like the stream on the walk in. Y'all know how we give it up.
What up,
Got some
Daryl?
special guests in the building. I see Maja is in the building, showing a lot of love.
Oh, that's cute.
Showing a lot of love. It's Patreon right there. But yeah, we got an interesting situation tonight. I got some special guests with me today. Some y'all are familiar with, some y'all will soon be familiar with. This should be a pretty decent discussion, man. I'm looking forward to it. First and foremost, we got Filthy Dre in the building. Y'all should definitely be familiar with bro. He done been on every single battle of the sexes, talking that shit. Y'all know how you go give it up. So looking forward to it. We have Miss Yancy in the building with us. So eloquently spoken. You know what I'm saying? Definitely always look for her, insight on these issues. And tonight should be no different. Ricky Williams in the building, my dog. Y'all already know how we give it up on the Peep every Tuesday night. King Talk. Y'all make sure y'all go tap in the bro channel, Ricky Williams Boxing, where he be dropping them gems. You know what I'm saying? At all times. Last but not least, Miss Brittany Rose in the building. This should be an interesting conversation. I'm definitely looking forward to your insights on this. You always so calm and so laid back and so chill and so logical. I expect tonight to be no different. How y'all doing, man? Before we get this thing started, I want to check on, it's mental health awareness and all of that stuff. How's everybody doing?
Man, everything's everything, man.
I'm
blessed
good,
to
bro.
be here.
Can't complain, man. Life's good.
I love to hear it. Let's see. How is it? I mean, Brittany, you want to do a mic check real quick? Make sure you sounding clear. Hold on, you're muted.
Muted.
All right, it's good now.
Perfect.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, man. We ready to go, man. But y'all know how this thing go. Everybody in the chat. Shout out to the chat. I see y'all. JC in the building. Mike Dub in the building. D Williams in the building. Dope ass moderators. They make sure they know ain't too much nonsense going on. I know everybody in the chat gonna want to get their opinions off and things of that nature, but we got to keep it respectful. Daryl is in the building. I see you, big dog. Miss Syra is in the building. She should be coming up and joining us here pretty soon as well to take part in this conversation. So I'm looking forward to it. Sarah, the link is at the top of the chat, so you can tap into that, and we're gonna go on and bring you up. But y'all know how I go. We got to get to 100 likes before we get this thing started, man. Y'all know how I go. We're gonna get to discuss dating tonight and how it's changed, man. How it's changed over the years. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot of
you poor babies.
So I'm looking forward to it. Everybody up here got a wide range of dating experience, so you already know it should be a whole lot of gems dropped. Hold on, who else we got in the building? D Williams, I see you.
We only have 62 likes.
62 likes. How many people in here?
114 ain't enough.
114 people. Y'all, come on, man. Stop what y'all doing right now. I like the vid, man. J Anime is in the building. Anime Kid is in the building. That's our dog in the back too. We're gonna bring you up eventually too. It's gonna be an open panel discussion, man. I want to get everybody's take. We might do a little bit of arguing, might do a little bit of agreeing.
I don't argue with women.
Right.
Okay. All right.
Smart man.
Grown man energy right out the gate. I like it.
Mm-hmm.
But
Y'all
yeah, just
smash the like button now so we can get this shit going. Come on now, quit playing.
That's a fact, man. That's a fact. Real quick though, I want to do a little icebreaker while we're waiting on these things to get to. We're waiting on these likes to get up, man. Y'all make sure y'all stop what y'all doing right now. Like the vid if y'all ain't like the vid. But just icebreakers in general. I want to go around and get y'all's take on how the dating scene has changed. Because when I was younger, dating scene was a lot different than what it is now. But I want to hear y'all's take on it in terms of like, how do y'all feel like the dating scene now has changed compared to what it used to be?
I feel like it's too demanding now. I feel like back in the day, it used to be like, I'm just gonna figure you out. We're gonna see what happens. Now it's like this instantly. Like the first time I meet you, like, God damn, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I gotta be this way. You can't do that. You can't do this. So it's just real demanding. It's like, geez, in my opinion.
I think too many people are being led by fear, especially women. I'm seeing a whole generation of women who have been listening to mom and grandma say, don't do what I did. And then they're swinging the pendulum the other way. And they're actually giving women advice on how to be men themselves. And then when they repel men because they're acting like men, they don't understand. They want to make men the villain. So I'm seeing a lot of that. And I'm seeing a lot of entitled men. I used to always say what's entitled women, but now there's a lot of men who are entitled. They feel like if they take a woman to dinner, then she, supposed to give them everything. So we're all out of whack because people aren't staying in their lanes. Women are not acting like women. Men are not acting like men. It's gotten out of control.
Miss Brittany, what you think about it?
I think there's way too much of an emphasis on like the other party in the dating world. Like women are too focused on what men are doing and vice versa. Men are too focused on what women are doing or not doing. And that's taking away from the actual like effectiveness of the relationships because you're too focused on what somebody else is doing.
Yeah, I agree. Ricky, think about this, big dog.
Dating from when I don't think it's enough dating if we're gonna be honest about it. People don't really date, they don't court. You know what I'm saying? Y'all swiping up and down, left, right, and taking that person's Instagram profile or the facade they present to you as being a real life. So you think you know everything about them. Soon as you meet them at Red Lobster and you get them cheddar biscuits in your stomach.
Not the cheddar biscuit.
Shout out to the cheddar biscuits.
Cheddar biscuits, my counter.
And to kind of push back on Filthy Dre, too demanding. I think dating nowadays is not demanding enough. It's not demanding enough, right? Again, this is just my perspective of what I see. I got grown daughters and grown sons, right? For me, it's look like I said, no one has any standards. Like, okay, I think you cute, let's get it on, and then that relationship start off a sexual interaction when nobody got no background off each other, and then 3 months down the line, everybody mad at each other, wondering why you here when you should never be in there in the first place.
Come on now. I don't want to go biblical, 30 seconds into the show, but honestly, I think when you get away from having a standard, which is exactly what he was just saying, at least when you had people who believed in God, there was a standard. Men knew, hey, I can't get this until I do this, and women knew I had to do this to be considered wife material. And I think when you throw away the playbook, everyone's just making their own rules, and we can see it is a hot mess.
Hey, Yancy, my truths, not the truth.
Yeah.
Way too much of that. Oh, just think about this dating game now compared to what it used to look like.
Social media has kind of diluted just the whole courting phase and everything. I mean, because before, I was talking about this with my coworker today. I was saying, like, back in the day, like, to meet a woman, you had to really go up to them in person, whether it was at the mall, whether it was at school or wherever. Like, it was easy. I mean, it was harder to take that approach versus online. You could, like, if you're in college right now, you can just swipe, drive to the next town, whatever, you meet up with somebody. But before, you really had to go up there and get to know them, or, just do it in person, basically. And not only that, but I think just the bar is on the floor. I've been saying that for the longest. And I said that when I was in the dating market, because I was like, this is way too easy. Like, I really should have to be earning some of these women. And that was just my experience. Like, it really didn't take much. But it came from just experience in general. So whenever they left me, like, I kind of gave them some game on the way out, most of them. But, it was just like, it shouldn't take a simple date, or I open the door for you and you just like, oh my God. It's like,
you open something else.
Like you put me above all these other cats already just because I opened the door for you. So it just, standards are it ain't too high right now. And then, guys too, kind of, it don't take much for men. It's already easy as it is. So it's just both sides, mostly women, but everybody got work. Everybody got work. Everybody got work to do.
But I like that a man said that. I literally just filmed an episode. We were talking about this, and men value what they work for. And even though he will hit it, because women misunderstand attraction versus retention. Just because you can attract him and get his attention for a minute doesn't mean you're retaining him. And so they're getting confused because he's hitting it and then going, ooh, she belongs to the streets, and they're not wifing. And so they're listening to these other people saying, no, this is liberation. Go, this is you being free. Yeah, free to never be married.
Right. You could be liberated like a bitch. You're going to be liberated like a bitch.
Exactly, man. I think at the end of the day, I think this is the microwave era. Things just like patience level has dropped in this era compared to what it used to be. Like back in the day, you used to write notes, just like literally slow walk your way into it. Like can I take you out? Can we go to the movies together? Can we hold hands together? Like everything was a milestone. Like everything. Now shit, you liable to meet somebody at the club and be smashing the same night in the bathroom before you even leave the club. Like it's that type of environment that we in right now. So like patience level is off, and I think people are so busy trying to like prove themselves, prove that they belong in this relationship, or prove that that I deserve to be here, more so than just letting things grow from an organic perspective. And what happens is that when you rush it like that, you start using the wrong shit to get people's attention. So now I'm using materialistic things if I'm a man, right? I want to make sure you see my car. I want to make sure I got a bust down. I want to make sure I got some jewels on. I want to, that type of thing. And with women, it's sexual. I want to make sure that I'm showing you this ass in every picture. I want to make sure that one leg with that knee bent, turned to the side, that little arch that y'all be doing. I want to make sure that that's in my story every single day.
Every day.
You know what I'm saying? So it's that. So it's all fast food, and you got to ask people like, what are you doing that for? Okay, it's to attract people, which is cool, but you're attracting the wrong people, and that's why these relationships don't last. If you using shallow shit to attract the motherfucker, what you think they mindset gonna be when they get there?
So
y'all remember that when you're on the phone, you're like, you hang up, no, you hang up. Okay, on 3, hang up.
That's real. And that's real.
And I want
you're all hot.
I want to add this. You know what I'm saying? Like, as far as the men part in the game, we are hunters. It's our job to pursue y'all, man. But what would a wolf be if the prey just laid down in front of him?
I like that one right there.
I say, or the deer come in, put their chest up to the gun. They got the target on their chest.
You out on a fishing boat and the fish just jumping in the boat.
Yeah.
I can't believe men are saying this, because I've literally said this to women. Exactly those two things, deer and the fish. And it still doesn't resonate. They really think that because the man is responding sexually, that my advice is not good. And I'm going, but who's proposing to you? The guy you jumped into the boat? No.
Right.
You flapping over here on the bottom of the boat. He like,
you thinking you the best fisherman in the world. You're not, dog. You know what I'm saying? Lady, you not.
All right.
That right there is, I think, what we got to get to the bottom of in terms of gauging real interest compared to me being in this motherfucker for shallow reasons. But Brittany, I want to ask you, how do you, I guess, tell the difference in this era? I know back in the day it used to be a lot easier, but in this era with, so much social media and so much just, I don't know, like white noise, what it look like? How do you go about gauging real interest compared to, somebody just there for the moment?
I think just the opposite of what you said, how we're very much in like a microwavable, everything's kind of like aesthetically want to look like this so you can quickly secure whatever type of catch you're trying to attract online. But to really test the validity of whatever it is that you're doing, time, like that is to me the best measure of whether someone is really with you or not is time. Like if they're willing to wait to do things you're comfortable with, like sex. I mean, let's be honest. If someone wants to or is pressuring you to have sex very early on, I mean, it's not looking good, you know, being able to feel comfortable having boundaries for yourself as a woman, saying like, I don't want to have sex with somebody within the first, you know, 5 months. And who cares what it sounds like to somebody else, but like the man that actually wants you, 5 months will roll around, and if you feel comfortable, then you do that. But like, you have to stick to yourself and allow time to show you who you're dealing with, because that's the only thing that's really going to do it.
And see, the issue with that, right, is the patience level. Because again, like, everybody wants to be accepted. Everybody wants to be looked at as cool or as desirable, whatever the case may be, right? But with that, what you just said, like, patience is going to be necessary. But see, it's hard for people to be patient when I'm looking around and, say, for instance, my morals are intact or whatever, but I see women gravitating to this other person that's doing shallow shit. You know what I'm saying? So how do I maintain said patience? Like, if I'm looking at this, you know what I'm saying, on my Instagram every single day, you know, and you know, I know women go through that, but men go through that as well. You know what I'm saying? If we, you know, it's just like, that's why you got so many people out here like that'll jump in the streets, start selling drugs or whatever the case may be. They may have a solid job, decent apartment, decent car, but when they go out, they see all the women gravitating to this dude with the Benz, and I may not be in position to get that right now. So, but I see, you know, I want to be accepted. I want to be highly desired. So now I'm going to take certain chances that I shouldn't be taking, just so I can wear that bus down, or so I can drive that Benz to get that. So, Dre, how do you feel like, you know, men should go about as far as like being patient? Like, how do you maintain that patience in this type of climate?
I mean, first you gotta get your mind right. You know what I'm saying? Some men, I mean, they really just want to do what they want to do. You know what I'm saying? So you gotta get your mind right and understand what do you really want out of, you know what I'm saying, women, and what you want to go for. And second, I just think you need to stop paying attention to, like, I hate like relationship goals. Like, I hate that hashtag. I hate the idea of it. I hate the whole concept of it. Because it's really you just looking at somebody else through pictures and want to live their life. Like, you know what I'm saying? There's a lot of men that want these type of women, or want to treat these type of women like that because, Moneybagg Yo did it. Oh, Gucci Mane did it. Oh, this person did it. So I'm gonna do that, and I'm gonna have this type of woman. You know what I'm saying? Or I'm just have this lifestyle, this like facade that you see. And so it's really just, you know what I'm saying, just learning who you are as a man, understanding what you want, and then going for that. You know what I'm saying? Don't fall for the gold diggers. Don't fall for the chick with the fattest ass. Don't fall for the, you know what I'm saying, the stuff that you see on social media. Just, you know what I'm saying, go for what you actually want and be real with yourself. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I feel. A lot of men don't be real with themselves.
I think a lot of people want quantity over quality too, not realizing you have to kiss a lot of frogs. And so I think that if you, let's say you're a woman and you say, here's my standard, you might have 15 guys that you talk to who immediately are like, immediately no, because they want to smash. Well, you've weeded out the men who just want to smash. But if you let your psyche kick in, you're like, oh no, 15 guys just went by. Yes, but there were 15 guys who did not fit. It's like being on a boat and you want to get rescued, and the boat that's coming to rescue you has a huge hole in it. Yes, a boat came by, but do you really want to get in that boat? That boat is not secure. But you start panicking like, I don't know how many other boats get by. But either way, you're not going to be in a better situation if you climb this boat with a hole in it. Right. So they keep looking at these people who are going by and going by and going by, and you're comparing, you're making a false, your stats are false. You know, you haven't lost 1 out of 15. You lost none out of 15 because none of them were qualified. Yeah. So a lot of people are going to come to the table who don't have anything to offer. And the difficult part is to still stay the course. And I think the higher you are valuable, the longer you have to wait. Because if your bar is super low, it's like McDonald's. Anyone can get a job at McDonald's. I mean, you have to be practically deaf, dumb, and blind to not get hired there. If you want to work at an attorney's office or be a partner, you have to go through certain schooling. You have to look a certain way, dress the part. So they can't look at applications the same way and go, oh gosh, McDonald's got 400 applications the first day they put up a, help wanted sign. We're looking for partners taking 12 years. Like, when you have quality stuff, you got to be willing to be patient, which means you have to have a life outside of dating.
Right. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. A lot of men, they don't want to like get themselves together, understand, like, once you do certain things to like live your life, then what you expect out of other people becomes different, you know what I'm saying? And what you understand from other people becomes different, you know what I'm saying? You accept that, okay, that's not for me, you know what I'm saying? This is not what I'm trying to do. This is not the direction I'm going towards, you know what I'm saying? And you'll find the right person. You'll have a better chance at finding the right person. How about that?
Yeah, to me, it's like a lot of people live in a gray area. You know what I mean? A lot of people live in a gray area. And I tell this all the time, and Trill know my rule, bro. Anything where for you to get a good person, you got to give up something.
Realest shit I've heard.
Don't think a good person gonna sit up there and deal with your bullshit because they know they a good person.
Facts.
They know what they bring into a relationship. Right? So y'all this what killed me about society nowadays, right? Well, I got this friend.
I hate that.
Right? One person out of a billion. Got lucky. No matter what y'all say, they got lucky. Right? Anything worth having is worth working for. Right? But the thing is, everybody tries so hard to be different, but y'all try so hard to be different, and y'all follow the trends that everybody else following, so y'all all the same.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, I'm gonna rock this boot, and I'm gonna dig on the ladies and the dudes. I hit both of them, right? Oh, I'm gonna rock this blonde. I'm gonna cut my hair short and rock this blonde hair. There's a million chicks out there like that.
Yeah, literally.
Oh, I need this bust down rollie. Guess what? It's hundreds of millions, right? Because you can order that cheap shit from China. Right? And it looked the same in the club.
Yeah, it do though.
It looked the same in the sun.
Especially when we got a few drinks.
Bruh. But here's the trick. I need y'all to listen.
Did you hear what I said?
It's gonna look even realer when that's what you're looking for.
Yeah, for sure.
Damn. Yeah. That's a bar.
Right?
That's a bar.
It's gonna look even realer when that's what you're searching for, dude. Oh, he gotta have dough. He got, I need a scam. It's gonna look even realer when that's what you out there hunting for.
For sure. Yeah.
Just put it in. I'm gonna tell y'all, you ain't fucking special. You not.
Yeah.
What are you doing to make yourself exceptional to the person you trying to spend your life with? What? But you expect you gonna get this person that's gonna compromise with you and agree and love you through all your flaws and go through you with the hard times, and you just like every other motherfucker out here in these streets. Okay.
Yeah.
What did that comedian say? The problem with dating is that everyone wants someone better than you. He said, but the person who is better than you doesn't want to downgrade.
You know what I'm saying?
I wish I remember his name.
That's the game. Real quick though, before we go any further, man. Shout out to Miss B. Taylor is in the building. She couldn't come on stage tonight. She's feeling a bit under the weather, but she's gonna be back with us next week for sure. She said, I think women stopped making men wait when men made it known that they are no longer waiting and going on to the next quote unquote hot thing.
Baby girl, a man will wait.
A man will wait.
That's what
The one who's interested.
Yes, a man will wait.
A man will wait.
A dude that's on some other shit gonna move on, and you should know from that point he wasn't worth your fucking time in the first place.
But that's
Why
up to
you
women
Why you
to
worried
be
about what
able
everybody else doing?
to know that, like, to have the confidence to say, like, if this person does leave, that's why, like, shooting your shot is almost better because you get an opportunity to pick what you want. But like, women have to have the confidence to say, like, if this person walks away from me because I set a standard, they're not for me. That's okay. But you lose more of yourself lowering your bar a little bit to accommodate these people who clearly just aren't for you. You have to trust that and have the confidence in yourself.
And you have to have your shit together, because the only reason that will be a problem for you, B. Taylor, is because you don't think you're worth waiting for.
Yeah. And also I think that women feel like they don't have that special place or that special feeling when they're alone. They need a relationship. They need a man. And it's like, if they don't have a man, they don't feel as good in life as they should. And it's like, you should feel the same with or without a man. You know what I'm saying? A man should help you, you know what I'm saying, move up. But like, you still should have that confidence, like she say, like, without a man. If you just understand that you are special, then it'll be okay. You know what I'm saying?
I think it's difficult though. I think it's difficult because this is something that women, most of us, we have this idea or at least a desire to have a partner, to grow up, to evolve, to join lives with somebody. So that's like, at least for me, I can speak for myself. That's always been something that I have wanted. I've always wanted a husband. I've always wanted to make sure I have a family unit. So like, even when you're in not the best of situations, that's still a desire, but you have to be able to detach from the fact that this is not the person that I'm going to have that with, and that's okay. You grieve the loss of this person and you move on your journey to find the relationship for you, but you don't lose yourself in that. But a lot of women do.
Sure.
And I think that
part of it. Oh, hold on, just real quick, man. I think what we at on likes 133, and it's like 200 and some people in here. Everybody stop what y'all doing right now.
27.
Get the likes up, man. Y'all know what time it is. That is way too big of a variance, man. Y'all know how we give it up.
100 variants.
Crazy. They up here dropping gems, man. But go ahead, Ms. Johnson.
I was gonna say that I find this a lot with my clients when it's kind of like a detox program we do, getting over relationships, and I ask them, how much do you love your life? Like if you take a man out of it, man isn't even a part of the equation. How much do you love their life? And most women would rate it like a 3, a 4. It's like this temporary. I'm gonna have this temporary life until he comes in and sweeps me off my feet. And yes, we are wired that way. I agree with Brittany. We are totally wired that way. But if we don't put a plan in place, and I don't mean swing the pendulum the other way to where we don't have any room for a man, because that's what the feminist woman does. If we don't make a life that we love, whether it's, a job that we love, hobbies that we love, traveling, our life should be so amazing. And I remember reading this book my dad gave me way back when I was like 17. And this book is dead on even 20 something years later. But it was talking about having a life, essentially. So if the guy is calling you, and one of the rules in the book is very old fashioned, but it says you don't accept the same day date, because the guy who's really into you isn't waiting until an hour before he wants to meet up. That usually means he's gone through his list and you're the one who's available. So if you don't have a life of your own, you're sitting around at home pacing, hoping your phone rings. And then when this guy does call, you're so desperate to go, you're going to go. But if you did what you were supposed to do, you would have had plans. Brittany and I would have been going to a concert. We would have had plans to, go do whatever. We'd be doing this live stream, and they would naturally get our voicemail. We wouldn't have to play these games like, oh gosh, let me send them a voicemail. So I think that's where a lot of women shoot themselves in the foot. The reason why men, they're not wired the same way we are, but a big reason why men are so content to wait until they're 40 is because their life is so fulfilling until the point they decide they want to get married. They're shooting after they're going after their dreams. So I think we have to take a page out of there, but then keep the space open when he does come.
Right. But also, I feel like once you live in your life and you have your own life, you never know where you're going, run into that partner guy that you want. And I think a lot of women have this standard, okay, this happens, but you don't know. Let's say you like reading and you go into the library or you go into the book place and you meet a guy there, you know what I'm saying? Then y'all already have mutual interests, you know what I'm saying? So as you live in your life, you're going to run into certain type of people and, it might be the person for you at the end of the day. So,
I want to add that it's important to live your life just because before the relationship, it's important to do it, but it's equally as important to do it when you get into a relationship as well. You need to make sure you do not abandon your sense of self, especially as a woman. I think it's important for men to continue to see you doing you, pouring into yourself, because I have just found since I've continued pouring into myself, even maintaining a relationship, I put myself first because it's best for my partner, it's best for my children, and everybody else benefits. But I have to keep myself top of mind and my individuality and the things that make me happy in order for this to be successful for everybody.
Yeah. If you're not right, nothing gonna be right.
Period.
And nobody wants to be someone else's world. We all felt like that, right? Where someone's hanging off of you, emotionally, and you're like, don't you have something to do?
Right.
Nah, your own time is definitely important. You don't want to be with somebody 24/7 attached at the hip like that. That's a no. That's a no.
Miss you a little bit
like that. So
yeah, that's a fact. Real quick, shout out JR in the building, man. People that work in the building. Shout out to bro. Make sure y'all tap in the bro. Y'all already know what time it is. Quit playing with the likes. Y'all heard him. Quit playing with the likes.
Y'all have the most generous followers I have ever seen in life, and I've seen a lot of live streams.
Nah, man, they really rock with us, man. But that's because they know what type of content that they're gonna get when they come here, man. This ain't divisive content. This ain't red pill rage content. This ain't us trying to get a viral moment content. It's just genuine game being passed around. If you leave our stream and you can't take something that you can apply to your real life, we failed. That's how we run this, you know what I'm saying? So, and that's why, you know, I definitely handpicked y'all to come up here because I already knew what type of time y'all was going to be on. Because y'all are, you know, definitely in line with what the mission that we have here is. So, salute to y'all. But yeah, man, I think that I think that y'all bringing up good points. I think, you know, but at the same time, man, even though we do be living a fulfilled life out of like ignorance sometimes, if we're going to keep it on, especially when we're young, I quote unquote fulfill life. You know, it's just when we out here sniping and moving and messing with different chicks, it may be fun, but a lot of times it's detrimental in the long run. You know what I'm saying? So we may need to tighten it up a bit and take being in relationships a bit more serious like women do. And I wouldn't say as serious because I feel like women are, you know, unjustly judged by their ability to maintain a relationship, even at a young age. You know what I'm saying? Like if a chick's single too long at a young age, we looking at her like, what the hell is wrong with her? To whereas men, we could be out here doing our thing till we 40 and nobody will blink an eye. As long as he got his bag right, as long as he living how he's supposed to be, driving what he's supposed to drive. But like women are validated by their ability to maintain a relationship. And I feel like that's unfair.
That is so true. And it's the assumption that there is a good guy. So let's say Brittany's single and she hasn't had any eligible suitors. She's judged as there must be something wrong with her because nobody has come to her correctly. That's what's so unfair. And even, you know, when people ask someone's relationship status, I always say this: you could have a person who's been married 30 years and they are a whole asshole to their wife. You don't know what's happening behind closed doors. You could have someone who's single and has brilliant information. So all of this whole, you know, I have seen people where you see behind the curtain. That's why I don't like meeting celebrities, because I'm usually disappointed. A lot of what you show on camera, what you show in your pictures is not always indicative of what's happening behind closed doors. And so I just hate that. I think sometimes some of the people who have the best things to say are the ones who have fallen. They've taken a taste of humble pie. They've realized I've done it wrong. I just interviewed a guy today or posted on my YouTube today about a guy who was a full-on player. Like, he was scum. He admits it. And he talks about what men do behind, you know, the scenes that women should know about. And he said, I have been paying for my sins. He said, I was actually haunted by a lot of this stuff and I had to get therapy. It made him lose his mind. And so I would listen to that guy, you know, maybe even over a guy who's been married for 4 decades. At least I would let him have a space to speak, because he knows what not to do. You know, that's sometimes valuable too.
And to try and this is my problem with just our country, the Western society as a whole. And again, shout out to what Trill, the point he made about a woman being single and people looking at her funny. But at the same, it's like we live in Bizarro world. You know what I'm saying? Superman with the S backwards on his chest. You know what I mean? Why would I look at a woman who hasn't been with a bunch of men that's not willing to settle for something that's not for her, right? But then try to say a woman, you know, that's catching all these bodies, she the in chick, she the in crowd. Right? Same with the fellas, right? Again, everybody puts so much status on money, right? Money. When the people with money give, you know, it'll be a broke person on the street that'll give you the shirt off their back.
For sure.
You know what I'm saying? We backwards. We live backwards. We do everything backwards. And then everyone sits up here and gets in. They get in the flow of life, and everybody just complying. They're like, oh, you know, everybody else is doing it.
I hate that excuse.
Right? If everybody else is doing it, don't.
I have a question. I have a question for the men. I'm wondering.
I know that giggle gave it away.
You know,
I just think it's funny how
we need to talk.
It's given this reflection. I just think it's funny how.
I'm just saying. So, you know,
come on.
This is just I need clarity. You know what I'm saying? So since we're talking about that, right, Ricky, you were talking about how everyone's in this like show and tell, like this is me projecting or pretending to be online or whatever. So based off of that, in the real world now, when you're going out and you're dating, you're lying as a man. Like you're full online. You're pretending to be someone you're not. You're doing this for, I've seen it go on for, 6 months strong. So I would love to know, what is it with men? Because most women I know, when I talk to, and I have my girlfriends tell me things like, well, I don't know why he's lying. I wouldn't really care. Or like, he could just tell the truth. Why do men feel afraid to tell the truth to their women or show them who they are full and full? Like, where's the disconnect there, where men
They
don't
run
feel like they
away.
can fully be themselves?
The disconnect is y'all liars too.
Yeah, everybody lying. Everybody's lying.
Be lying to their damn self.
Boom.
Disconnect. Y'all say that shit, and then when we tell y'all the truth, y'all hold it
Yes.
against us.
Yes.
That's cap. Because
No.
90% of
I
women.
agree 100%.
90%.
No, Brittany, it's not cap for you.
Right.
okay, maybe not, because some men can't handle the truth.
There was a man who was interviewed. His name is it Brady Enjoyer or Jared Enjoyer, Enjoy Jared or something like that. He's big on Instagram. I butchered his name, but he put a reel up, and it was this little snippet. He was on a podcast, and the ladies were playing this little fun game, and it was, say the first thing that comes to your mind, and it was all fun and games until they blurted out stepmom, and I don't even think he got the answer out. His face just went, and so his face answered. That was his truth. And I didn't even listen past it because they didn't let him speak, but he probably would have said what most of my male clients say, which is, I don't want to deal with the dad. It's usually not the woman that has the scarlet letter. It's they don't want to deal with the dude and all the drama, and now he can't discipline the kids because she's looking at him funny. But the women went nuts. When I do coaching, marriage counseling, I'll ask the two people, to share their thoughts. And when the woman is speaking, the man looks like this. When the woman is speaking, she's like, as soon as I say, okay, sir, go ahead, she goes,
Right.
Sounds about right.
it's very, and it's not all women,
Uh-huh.
but that typically happens. So the men say, you want the truth, you can't handle the truth. And it's true.
Yeah. I feel like, women, they like the idea of the truth, but they still
Yes.
want to hear what they want you to say. Like they want
Mhm.
whatever they want you to say, they want it to come out your mouth. So that's when they say they want the truth. But when it don't come out your mouth, it's like a problem. It's like now you
Do
have
I look fat?
facts. I just had a conversation about this the other day. Like, just be truthful. What if I say you look fat? And then you're like, oh, why do you say that? You can't. And I'm just saying, you asked for the truth, and I'm telling you. Not to say we can't work on it. Not to say we can't build on it. You know what I'm saying? Not to say that. I'm just saying the truth. The truth is the truth, and a lot of times women don't want it.
Only give the happy truth.
Right.
I'm
Right.
give it to you.
You gotta make them feel good.
Right.
Yeah.
We talking about, look, I'm just gonna be honest with y'all. I'm always honest, but I just like saying that, right? The truth of the matter is, we care about your feelings. We be honest with the people. We don't give a fuck. I don't care what you think. No matter what y'all say, if me and you in a relationship and we call our caring about you, we want peace in our fucking house. If we tell you the truth, that shit's gonna blow up. We can't give. The truth of the matter is, we can't even give women a criticism without it coming back as blowback on us. Why should we start an argument?
Right.
Right. So then
I feel that in some cases.
Hold on, give me a second, sis. So then you can pull up the shit I did 5 years ago and throw it back in my face.
It's weaponized. It is weaponized a lot.
This is
Right.
true. This is
But
true.
like I said, what happens is then you get to the one that it's not me. No, it's you. You didn't do it.
Yeah.
What would you do? Let me ask her this. What would you do, Brittany, if your man said, you know what? I love you. I think you're sexy, whatever. But sometimes I just don't want to be around you. Like sometimes I just want to be with my boys, or, I just think you talk too much, whatever. Like do you
I
think
definitely talk too much. My man definitely takes his time and goes wherever he needs to go. Like, I mean, I don't believe in, like, I like my space. You know what I'm saying?
But
like
if he said that, though, not to interrupt you, but if he said that and you weren't prepared for that,
it would hurt a little. Yeah. Because I have those moments. Like, just like you're saying, women say they want it until you get it and it hurts. I can vouch for that 1,000%. Case in point, my partner and I, men, sometimes they just want to vent. I learned this just recently. Like sometimes you just want to, damn, that's crazy. You don't want to like, well, you need to blah, blah, because that's what I'm bringing. Like you need to do this and this and this. And sometimes you just want to hear, wow, word, really? Wow. So he had to tell me that, like, babe, you really give good insight. I really value your opinion. Most of the time I come to you when I got a problem, but sometimes I really just want to hear a damn, that's crazy. And I'm not going to lie to you, it punched me in the chest. I was like, ooh, that one hurt, because he was essentially telling me something that I needed to work on and change, or that he wanted from me. And it didn't feel the best, but I had to override what I felt for what was best for my partner and what he was asking me for in that moment, and understand that because I love him, I'm going to accommodate him and do what he said. So that's how we grow together. I trust him. I respect him. He's not telling me, he didn't say, bitch, shut up when I'm talking, or, like he said it very respectfully, and I was able to accommodate him. So now when he talks, damn, that's crazy, so that he can get what he needs.
It's good to have this conversation though, because it happens all the time on my page. And it's like, you're proving the men right now. Like I say that. Yeah. I will ask the men, what do you think about this? It's like a proverbial, I go in the crowd and just hand them the mic. The men have been invited into this safe space, and they just share what they want. Right. Women here, I don't like you. But if I take the mic and go to the women's side of the room and I say, ladies, what do you want in a man? The men just go, oh, okay. Oh, okay, that's what cool. And then what fits, what doesn't fit. And then let me work on it. But I think as women, we've been coddled so much that if we're told anything other than you're perfect just the way you are, it's like it throws. And I was the same way. I had to become secure in myself and realize he's not going anywhere. My husband is not leaving me simply because he said, you really suck at dishes. That just means I suck at dishes. I don't suck at life.
Right. Yeah, facts. And I do believe in like telling the truth or like easing into it though. It'd be certain times where I'll start off by, okay, I will tell the truth here, see how you feel about it.
You're taking the temperature with the truth. Damn, man.
You gotta work around how you feel, and I'm like, maybe I said that wrong. Okay, let me say it in a nicer way. You know what I'm saying?
Or sandwich it with 2 compliments.
Right.
And I'm gonna keep it a bean. You can look in the chat and see how they react. Oh, these not women, But like I said before, okay, so life coach Brittany and Yancy, right? How many women even think like y'all?
We're in the minority from what I've seen.
You see what I'm saying?
not going to sit here and say we're the majority.
You see what I'm saying? So this is what I'm saying. All these women, y'all want to sit up there and say y'all that way when y'all fucking lying. But we the liars though. Didn't I just say that? So y'all be fucking lying. That's the whole thing, bro. And the reason why y'all can sit up there and say this and have this these conversations show the reason why y'all can get chose.
Miss Parker.
It shows reasons why y'all can get chose.
We got to put our defenses down. But look, I got to stand up for the ladies, okay? This is where men bristle. Don't tell a man he's not stepping correctly, because there is a whole group of men who will get their little stuff in a tizzy. I was explaining to men, look, just because you have a great job, we talked about this on one of the other shows, just because you have a great job, you make good money or whatever the case may be, doesn't mean you don't need to have masculine energy. If you're a pushover, if you're just real timid around women, if you have nothing to talk about outside your job, or your body is just whack, like there's a reason why women are drawn to men who hit the gym occasionally. And the guys are going, but they should just like me just for who I am and my personality. I'm like, then you should be picking the 300-pound girl for her personality. Cut the crap. We all like what we like. And so sometimes it hurts too much to hear the truth. And these men don't want to think the reason they're not getting any sex is because they're not sexy. You cannot say, my mom thinks I'm nice, so I should get laid. That's not how it works.
It's not realistic. But it's like I can't speak for them dudes, because that's not me. You know what I'm saying? It's like, get your shit together. I got my shit together. You know what I'm saying? I tell everybody, as a man, look, we all have our own lanes. I'm not in no Michael B. Jordan's lane. You know what I'm saying? But I set a standard for my wife that no other man can meet.
These comments, sorry.
Right. You gotta set a standard that no other man can meet. You gotta make it so, and I'm just being honest with y'all. In my mind, this is where I look at it. when she look at if another dude came in the picture or he came to that, she gonna go down a checklist like, okay, my husband do this, and this, right? This dude is an unknown. I don't know if he gonna do this, and this, right? People try to say, oh, da. No, because that's what you're talking about. Oh, if she gonna leave, just let her leave. No, people just don't leave. People weigh options. That's what they do. That's what they do. Your girl, your mama, your grandmama, your daughters, whoever, that's what they do. Right? But you should be handling your business as a man, period. I told you, and Trill know this, I don't play in the gray area with my wife. I don't play in the gray area. I don't do that. I handle my business correctly. So when something's going wrong, I can look at her and point the finger.
Mm-hmm.
We have an understanding. We sat down and talked and said, hey, I need you to do this for me. I need you this out of you. I need this out of you. I need this many times. Cool. Yeah. Call it a business meeting. Whatever y'all want to say. This is the way we worked out our stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I feel like though men that don't like the truth, they just got too much pride. Like they just too prideful and they want to feel like they perfect or superior. They think that they take the whole men are superior aspect too far. And they want to feel a certain way instead of like understanding that everybody can grow at all times, especially a man. A man is required to do a lot, so we got to grow. We got to keep growing. So if a woman tells you that you're lacking something, then you should be man enough to, you know what I'm saying, be like, you know what, am I? And assist.
Get out your feelings.
Right, and do better and try to do better. You know what I'm saying? And just stop being so prideful. You know what I'm saying? And I feel like they need friends too, though. Like I got a lot of partners that's gonna check me when I'm wrong. I got a lot of partners they're not gonna let me do certain things. Or if I do stuff, they're gonna be like, hey man, that's wrong, but you're on your own on that. You know what I'm saying? I don't got partners that's always gonna be, I got you. Like, nah, they gonna let me know when I'm a little off. And I think a lot of niggas don't got that on their side as well.
That's a fact, man. I think just self-analysis in general just don't happen enough, you know, and I feel like that's probably the biggest downfall of relationships that's not really spoken about enough. A lot of people feel like relationships work like their job, and what I mean by that is, right, you go hard in that interview process, and when you first get in there, you're in that 90-day probationary period. I'm showing up to work every day on time. I'm doing extra. Boss, you need something else? You need an extra spreadsheet? You need me to stay a little later? All right, but I got you. Look at that same person 2 years into the job. It's like, well, shit. I mean, I got the job. I'm making the same pay. What's the point? You know what I mean? Like, so and a lot of people translate that to their relationship in terms of, okay, I already got them. Why I got to bend over backwards? Why do I got to look in the mirror and make sure that I'm staying in shape? Why do I got to like keep get on YouTube and learn and keep learning new cooking recipes or whatever? Like, why do I got to do that? He already here. You know what I'm saying? Or she already here. Why do I gotta get creative in terms of finding us somewhere out of town to go visit or being romantic on date night or whatever? Why? She here. She mine already.
And then wonder why she stopped wanting to put out.
Right. You know what I'm saying? So self-analysis, bro. Like it's everything. Like it should be constant self-analysis going on. Like you should know your faults before she even open up her mouth to tell you, and vice versa.
Come on.
Facts.
If you live in the right way. But we're gonna get into that a little more. Everybody, real quick, stop what y'all doing, get the likes up. It's way too much of a variance. People telling me it's, you know, a 100 view to like ratio variance, and we can't have that. Y'all know what time it is, man. We're gonna hold on real quick. Let me get some of these super chats in. James Levine in the building. That's Port Arthur right there. The boys from the
Trill.
The land of the Trill, man. Hold on real quick. Sir Hell Speak. Shout out to bro. Make sure y'all go check out bro channel, man. Dude is very, very eloquently spoken as well. Mike Dub in the building. You already know what Mike Dub say some women only want the truth under certain conditions. It doesn't upset them. Two, it doesn't see them in a negative light. True. That's very, very true. My boy Kenny said something that was very profound one time that I'll never forget. Women like encourage you to communicate all day long until the other reason or the issue that you're communicating about. She'll sit there and she'll listen to your problems at work. She'll sit there and she'll listen to beef you may have with your homeboys. She'll listen to, you know, family drama that may be going on. But the second that see the issue, all of a sudden it's a problem. terms of communication.
That's
So that
true.
right
The
there has
unhealed.
to change.
That's true.
Unhealed woman. Look, shout out to the healed women.
Yeah, shout out
Can
to the
I-
healed women. If you
That part.
heal, make some noise, goddamn.
That's a
Look,
fact.
I
Put
mean,
ones in the chat if you heal.
Yeah, if you heal, put a
True,
smiley
can
face for me. Let
right.
me see a
Can we
smiley
address
face
one
if
of
you
the
heal.
comments that came up about speaking the truth? If being truthful is about, somebody said something about like babying me, being your delivery. It was about the delivery, like saying like if you speak the truth is the extreme. Like people usually say, oh, you got to sugarcoat it. Are you guys interested in talking about that at all? Because I've heard people say that a lot, where they say if you either speak the truth and it's hostile, or it's sugarcoating. And I don't think those are the only two options as far as delivery. I don't know if you guys want to address that, but it interests me.
I'm all for it. You bring up a great point.
Yeah,
You want to lead it off?
Let's talk about
Okay, so this is my theory. I feel like there's just truth, right? That's just the baseline. And then there's sugarcoating. That's adding a layer to it. I also think there's ish coding too. I think that you can take it. You could say, babe, you know, get a little fluffy. Maybe we can head to the gym. That's one way of saying it. Or you could be like, oh, you're big old fat, never gets up. Like there's extras that you could put on it. And I think that the people who don't have decorum, who don't know how to speak in a way that's it's building, it's solution or oriented, solution focused, that's their cop out. Oh, it's the truth. I try to speak the truth. Like you don't, I guarantee you would not deliver it to your boss that way, or your dad or your mom. But yet you puffing your chest out. Well, it's the truth. It's the truth. I don't think that that's the only option. I see a lot of people doing it.
I do.
You think that being extremely rude or sugarcoating?
I think the truth sound the same, whether it's good, whether it sounds sweet or it's sour. The truth is the truth. The problem is just how you take it.
Mm.
Interesting. So if somebody throws expletives and insults you when all they could have said was, "Hey, could you make sure you park in your parking spot correctly?" You're okay with it either way?
They could have.
Wow.
People express themselves differently, just like people take stuff differently. It's not my job to make sure you happy about the way I deliver something.
Interesting.
I agree with that, but I do feel like it's like a genuine way to deliver the truth. You know what I'm saying? It's like you have to do it in a way where there's no malice. I feel like a lot of people sometimes will throw malice in the truth and be like, yeah, and they stand on that. I stand on that. But it's you have to genuinely like speak it and to where they can like feel like, okay, this person's not attacking me. You know what I'm saying? This person wants to see me get better. You know what I'm saying? Or this person, you know what I'm saying? It's like,
yeah, I apologize for trying to overtalk you, but I hear what you're saying. I don't put malice in it. It's just the way I talk. You see what I'm saying? Y'all got to be. I'm gonna tell y'all the truth. I hear about this all the time. Well, Ricky, you harsh. This is the way I am.
But when does it become like if you keep getting the same reaction, like there's a reason there's something called diplomacy. Like people who come in and they're trying to negotiate with other countries, they don't come in and say, "You dumbass, why are you doing this?" They like there's a way.
Honestly, there's no politics amongst honorable men. There is no politics amongst honorable men. You say what it is and you stand on it. I ain't saying, God damn it, motherfucker, you ain't shit. I don't do that.
But that's exactly what I'm talking about. That's literally what I'm talking about. The second part.
I ain't talking about calling people out their name. Now I use expletives. I use them. Yeah, I'm taking it personal. I'll do what y'all want, right? I use expletives. You know what I'm saying? But I'm not shooting you down. That's just the way I talk. And like I said, I'm me. Either you gonna ride with me or you not. But I'm telling you because I'm trying to help you. If I didn't care, I wouldn't even give you the advice. I wouldn't even throw it your way. I don't care. Like, okay, do you got it?
And it's also I think a characteristic who you dealing with. Like if you know what you're dealing with, then you understand what's going on. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like when I'm talking to different people, I give off this, like, you know me, you know that I'm not coming from no. It may be sarcastic for this person, it may be harsh for this person, it may be this, but it's not gonna be the same for everybody. It's always gonna be according to who I'm talking to and how I'm, you know what I'm saying, what we talking about. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna be harsh to 10 niggas just because.
I hear y'all. But again, as I said, and this is me talking about my personal life and what I see around me. When you try to soften it up, people act like they don't get the message.
See, I think that's a cop-out. I honestly think that's a cop-out because I can say something to somebody and I can deliver it in a way that is not combative. And I'm not going to do extra insults. Let's just say I'm trying to give Brittany feedback. Me being hostile is only going to make her get hostile. It's not going to make the truth suddenly permeate further in. I don't know why people think that the more aggressively you give it, they're going to suddenly take it. They're just going to start tuning you out.
The truth of the matter is, it's not up to me to how you take it.
Mhm.
It's not up
But
to
it's
me.
how you deliver it. That's what is up to
No,
you.
that's
It's how you deliver it.
That's the problem. No, it's not. The truth is the truth.
The truth is
truth
your
is
own.
true.
It's to you.
So
Like it really is.
I was going to say from my experience, because really everybody's right, but I'm more so sided with Ricky just based off my experience, because I've dealt with a lot of women with serious conversations, and I've tried to perfect it, my delivery, my tone, make sure I put the right layers into it, make sure we, you know, maybe went out to eat before. Like I tried to soften it all the way around, and I was the nicest I could have ever been, and she still blew up and was offended. So from that day, I said, I'm just going to say exactly what's on my mind, how I want to say it, still respectfully, but I'm not going to put as many layers on it, because regardless, somebody's going to get offended by it. So you might
But
as
do you
well
think
just
that
be
was
yourself.
her?
Well, because I've tried a similar situation before. It wasn't as soft, but that was still my delivery, my tone. I've been raised by my mom, my grandmother's all my life. So, I mean, from a young boy, they taught us how to talk to women. So
Right.
it in a lot of instances, it backfired because it was too soft. It was too, you know, instead of me just standing my ground, like, no, hey, this is what we're doing, or this is what you're doing wrong, and this is how it should be. I love you, I care about you, and it's a wrap. You know, this is how it should run, or this how I feel about you, or whatever. Like, don't take it personal, because if me and you are in a relationship, you know it's coming from a place of love. I'm not trying to hurt you. So whether you need to maybe ask more questions. Say it again.
Can you give an example? Because like the cadence in which you're speaking, it sounds very calm, like like that. I don't think it has to have sugar on it. But can you give me an example of what you feel is harsh and what you think is sugarcoating?
So just for one example, I use example for on the podcast. So it was one time, it was a lady that I was talking to. She naturally has an aggressive tone, and before I've kind of just mentioned it, hey, you know, you could, you know, do this a little bit better sometime, and she kind of wave it off or have a little attitude, whatever. And I was like, okay, I'm gonna let it be. So one time we had grabbed some food from Whataburger, and still it was her tone. It wasn't, she didn't do it on purpose, but she like asked, like, could you take these fries back and warm them up again, please? And I was like, whoa. And the lady was like, kind of, excuse me? And I'm like, damn. In my head, I know how she's saying it. I know she's not rude, but the way it came off, because this lady wasn't like us, she thought it was rude. And so once we got in the car, I said, hey, I understand how you was delivering that message, but it came off just a little too strong. And then she just blew up. And I was
Isn't
like,
that ironic though, that you're telling her about delivery, an example about delivery?
and then I
I
told
feel
her,
like that.
and I
Okay.
told her right there, I said, this right here is the reason why we can't talk, and I can't do this. I'm sorry. Like she like blew, like, I mean, screaming to the top of her lungs. And I was like, wow. And so I was like, I can't do this no more, because you can't take simple criticism. And so, yeah.
But see, just real quick though, that's a lot of people, man. Like I say it all the time. Like how somebody's
y'all weird, man.
Like let me explain something, man. The same way that you say somebody can hide behind, oh, I'm just telling the truth, you know, whatever the case may be, you take it how it is. Same way somebody can hide behind that, other people can hide behind tone and delivery when that truth is some shit that they don't want to hear. The thing is that like how you receive shit is relative. Because I can say something the same way to O and the same way to you, and y'all might take the shit two totally different ways. More times than not, you will. But I think O touched on something key here. What a lot of people don't understand, and I'm speaking on relationships in terms of how other people perceive what I say. I don't really get too fucks about. But in terms of my woman, you should know the place that it's coming from. And some people be just so taken aback by just criticism. Somebody telling me that I should be doing something that I'm not. That criticism is hard to hear. I can whisper, hey baby, I think, you know, man, macaroni like just a little bit more cheese than macaroni next time, baby.
You don't like it.
But if you don't want to hear that shit, you're gonna take it away. And even though you may not respond in a volatile way, I still have to suffer consequences for just me criticizing you. And that's what I mean by like perception is relative. So at the end of the day, like people need to stop hiding behind tone and delivery when it's some shit that you don't want to hear.
But I feel like you're mixing two respectfully. I think that we're mixing two different things. And I think this happens a lot with conversations, not just this panel, but there is someone being aggressive, abrasive, like they're tone deaf, like in the example he gave about the waitress. There's no need to bark out an order to wait staff. Then you have the extreme other side where the person just doesn't want to take it. There's, like you said, you could wrap it in icing and they're not going to take it because they're just sensitive. I am not speaking about the extremes. I'm speaking about a normal person. Like right now, I did this as a candid camera type of thing as my cast, just to prove a point. Like later in this live, when you guys are not planning it, I could suddenly flip a switch and start just being super aggressive. And I guarantee you the energy will shift. Like y'all won't know because I'm a really good actress. I could do it and everybody would agree, hindsight, damn, she went a little. So I don't buy that whole, oh, it's only how the people take it. If I came in with some funky attitude, I came in with body language, like we can't act like that stuff does not play a part. Like look at a man and another man. There's a way you don't address another man if you want to be respectful. If you address him crazy, you're going outside and you're throwing hands. So I feel like just like you're saying people hide behind, oh, it's the tone. I think other people are being an asshole and they're just hiding behind, well, you know, I gotta be me.
But y'all see, at the same time, though, when you are engaging with people, a profile is built in terms of the conversation. So just like that scenario that you just gave, right? Two men talking to each other, you know, somebody say something out of pocket, it can go left. True. If I haven't had the chance to build a profile on you, but say for instance, me and Ricky, we communicate totally different. But if Ricky gets loud and gets passionate, I'm not taking that no way because I know that that's how he is. We've in the midst of this conversation, whether it's 5 minutes, 10 minutes, I can pretty much surmise, okay, bro, a little animated. So he gets grace to be animated compared to, just like you just said, you started this conversation off calmly, smoothly, you know, logical, reason, and then all of a sudden you just flip the switch and be aggressive. Yes, that's gonna raise red flags. I'm gonna be like, what the hell that got into you? But if we first met and you came off aggressively or whatever, and you were telling the truth here, because that's another thing that I don't want to get lost in translation. You're telling the truth and you're doing it in an aggressive way. That's what I'm going to write your profile off to. But the difference is that if you're in a relationship, we've had ample time to build said profile, and you still get offended. That's wrong. And that's not a minority of people that do it. I'm sure if you ask any man in this chat or any man on this panel, out of all of the women they dated, more times than not, when he had to criticize her in any way, he whispered it. He said it in a calm way. He was rubbing her feet while he said it. More times than not, he had to deal with consequences from it, and that's a problem. That's all.
I don't disagree with that at all about people don't take criticism well. I'm simply saying I have seen where it's usually strangers. It's not usually just random people, but I have seen strangers who are trying to have a conversation on social media. And instead of just making the point, hey, I disagree, suddenly they're going into the person's profile picture, clowning this person. Oh, I wouldn't take a guy seriously who votes for a living. Like it's just extra. And then when I try to call him out and say, look, you're the reason the conversation went left. Well, I'm just telling the truth. He's just soft. He can't handle the truth.
That's
so
lame.
I'll just respectfully disagree.
I hear what you're saying now. I mean, that's definitely right. You know what I'm saying? But I'm speaking from my perspective because I only know my perspective, right? That I don't do that. I know I have a stern voice. I speak as a man and I stand on what I say because I deliver what I say. You know what I'm saying? And again, I look at the chat. I tell you all the time, we need that to be. I'm a man. How am I supposed to speak to a woman? I'm a man. I wasn't supposed
but
to.
But stern isn't bad.
No, I'm not saying
bad.
I'm not saying you, Yancey. I'm saying like I'm a man before I'm anything, and I mean that. I mean that. I'm not out here trying to sell nobody no dream and no facade. But social media and YouTube for me is not me selling. This is me. This is me. This is me. This is what I do. I take care of my family. I protect my wife. I provide for my wife, and I stand on what I say. Right. So
who's selling the dream though?
No.
In what scenario?
But dang near everybody on social media. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people on social media selling a dream, selling somebody they not. You know what I'm saying?
That's a fact.
I guess I do know that people are fraudulent out there. I guess this is what I always get in response to speaking the truth, that it's I'm keeping it a buck, I'm keeping it 100, I'm being me. And I just feel like even you being stern, I respect that when a man speaks from his chest. For me, it's condescending conversation, yelling. That when I say disrespectful, that's what I'm talking about. You could say to me, Yancy, I think you are absolutely completely wrong. I don't agree with anything, and I would not be fazed by it. As long as you kept your cadence, you weren't calling me names, I'm okay with it. I actually like a healthy debate. But if you came out here like, man, this chick, then I'm like, no, I'm good. I'm out.
Yeah, man. I hear what you're saying, sis. I hear what you're saying.
Them type of cats different. I was just speaking on simply like relationships, dating, and actual relationships.
Right.
Being live, I mean, I've never really dealt with anybody that was disrespectful, like alive or anything like that, or even in person. So
to Yancey's defense, I feel like sometimes I want to tell the truth for you to understand. Like a lot of times I know I'm gonna tell the truth and it's gonna be like a problem with it. It's not gonna be received well, but sometimes like you want to soften it up or whatever the heck, so you can actually understand what I'm trying to tell you. Like the truth that I'm trying to get to you, I want you to actually understand why I'm telling you this. And I don't do that all the time, but sometimes I don't want to argue. I don't want to go back and forth. I don't want to have all this stuff. I want to really understand why I'm telling you this. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I get that you know what I'm saying, you're getting that. Sometimes you gotta, what you said, you sugarcoat it and you ish-coat it or some shit like that. Like
I like to do a sandwich. I'll be like, babe, you have been really killing it with XYZ, but if you could, because I know some people say it feels like we're only getting criticized. You only speak up when it's, they say that about women. You only speak up with the problem. So I don't know. I just think that there's a little softness goes a long way.
I'm also all for telling the truth and it's gonna hurt you, and you gotta learn on your own. You gotta figure out, let that hurt go, handle that hurt in the car, in the shower or something. But sometimes I want to tell you, so I'm standing right here right now.
I just wonder why people have more problem except with the delivery and not enough issues with what the truth was told to them.
Can I answer that question?
Yes, please.
So I can speak from experience of working with someone, or I know someone who has a very hard time accepting the truth. No, and it is a woman, no matter how gently you deliver it to them, and what I've come to realize is people hear and see and experience life from their own lenses. And if someone is, and that's why truth is, what it is to you, because but just like we're saying, we can have the correct tone and all that other stuff. But if what you tell yourself inside is something worse than what I'm saying, or it mirrors what I'm saying, it's never going to sound good to you. It won't. Yeah. If you don't feel like you're a good person and you have a bad attitude and you're, things like that, and because you're not incompetent, you do have a level of self-awareness as a person to know that your results are not yielding you what you want. So even if you don't have self-awareness, you can see that maybe these things are not working out for you, but you also don't know how to necessarily navigate those internal battles that you feel, because those are still your truths that are deep down inside. And having somebody, especially your man, when you're in an intimate relationship with them and they're telling you something, which, let's be real, most of these relationships, the men aren't talking to women respectfully. Like they're yelling, they're calling them names. So those are that's the reality for some women. So how can I have a safe space within this relationship? Where is the safe space if we're not communicating effectively?
Yeah. I hear that, but I'm not gonna sit up there and disagree with that point, because if you cussing your girl out, that's different.
Right? Yeah, way different.
And that's different. That, you know what I'm saying? I don't call my wife out her name. That's not what she is to me.
Sure.
You see what I'm saying? But when I talk, I speak. You know what I'm saying? When I talk, I speak. And again, Trill can vouch for me for this, right? When I speak, everybody want to say, "Oh, Ricky, so harsh." When I'm just projecting and speaking as a man.
Some people are just very passionate too. That was the other thing I was talking to my girlfriend about. Her man called her and I overheard on the phone, and I was like, "Whoa!" To me, it sounded like it was a little tense, but he's just passionate, and that's how he talks. And to them, it was fine. But I'm like, that's their relationship. If I was like, ooh, making a mess of it or having my own expectations of how a man is supposed to communicate. But passionate people, when they're excited, they'll sell you a dream, you know what I'm saying? And then when they're maybe angry or whatever, their emotions are a little bit more intense. So, but that goes to knowing who you're dealing with. And Ricky, it sounds like you're just more of a passionate out there person. But I think communication should be a safe space within relationships. And that's what it's for you to be able to learn and grow from one another. The feedback is there, the support is there so that you can effectively grow together, man and woman.
Thanks.
I wanted to add one last piece,
Okay.
if I could. As a coach, I have people who, you know, they're paying top dollar to get the truth. So I'm not going to sit here and say whatever. And I know with women how sensitive we are. And so I will literally, I made it a joke, but I will literally say, okay, get ready. Like hold the armrest of your chair if you need to. And I'll have women who say, I don't like you right now, but keep talking, because the truth hurts. And I like to say speaking the truth in love is like using anesthesia, but using a scalpel and cleaning the wound. Like it's going to hurt and there's going to be recovery time, but I don't have to come in and make it worse by infecting the wound and using this hacksaw and all this stuff. So to me, if already what I'm going to say to you is harsh enough, just the truth itself is harsh. To me, I don't mind just taking a beat and saying, babe, you are the problem. I can see why your husband left. That's hard to hear that, but I'm going to speak in this tone and I'm going to let her cry and I'm going to do whatever. But the thing is, they can never get mad at me because I never gave them anything to hold on to. They can only get mad at the truth.
Hey, but that's why you're a woman and I'm a man.
And scene.
Real quick, man. Everybody, hell of a conversation, man. Everybody take some time, like the video if y'all hadn't liked the chat. Make sure that y'all support all these brilliant people on this stage. Everybody has platforms. Y'all make sure y'all tap in. You know what I'm saying? It's been a hell of a conversation, man. We're gonna take a bit of a transition here. I want to get you guys' opinion specifically because we touched on it earlier in terms of like the effect that social media has had on dating. And I want to get you guys' opinion specifically on, has it done more harm than good or more good than harm, and why?
What was the question again? I missed the first part. I'm sorry.
The effect that social media has had on the dating scene. Has it been more good or more bad, and why?
I say bad because everybody want to be something they not. They don't even know what they like. They just see it and they're like, oh, I want that. And then they may actually get it in real life. It's like, damn, I don't like this. Or they see these relationships that's so happy they 10 out of 10, but the man be beating on his wife, or they be doing it's like a whole facade. They into the facade and they want to be something that's not even them. You know what I'm saying? They just want to be what they see. Oh, such and such just bought that girl a car. Now I want a Benz for my birthday. You know what I'm saying? It's just like, do you know what I'm saying? You don't even like cars. You know what I'm saying? From the conversations we have, we like other stuff. So I think it hurt relationships. It's just give people facade. They want to be some other stuff.
I think it made women think that men like promiscuous looking women because they just see the heart. They don't know. And I hate to say this, but I tell people who dress like that, because they'll ask me, what do you think about my profile? I said, do you want a guy, let's just say with a bottle of lotion in a locked room looking at your picture? Or do you want a man who's like, man, that could be wifey? You don't know what's behind that heart. So you posting that picture, you thinking, oh man, I'm doing it because I got 3,000. Yeah, you just gave him a free, basically porn. It's like looking at a free magazine. Back in the day, people had to pay for those magazines. And now we've made it for free. And
$3.99.
So, right? So we have cheapened the market as women, and I take it on us. I say women are the ones who hold the standard. Women are the ones who can raise the bar or lower the bar. Men will fall in line. Men are extremely predictable. If you tell women you cannot get this piece of meat unless you pay $5, they're gonna pay the $5.
Can you say that again for the people in the back that didn't hear you?
I said men are very predictable. They are very predictable. So they're going to go with what's there. And if they realize that they have to work for something, they will work for it. If they realize they can get it for free, why would you go for free? I always say, would you work on a Saturday if you didn't get paid for it? No, that doesn't make you a bad person. That makes you smart. Why would you wife someone if you could smash just by clicking a picture or sliding in a DM? So we hold the bar, and we cannot get mad at men for doing what humans are going to do. You put food on the floor, a dog's going to eat it.
But the problem is, y'all, a lot of women are competitive with each other because we can say, keep your standards high, wait X long for sex or whatever. And then they're going to say, well, such he going to go just right here. So
Then
they's
that's
like,
not the guy
well,
you
so
want.
they kind of fold and they want to, because they want this particular man.
For sure.
Instead of adjusting their scope, they want this particular man. Everybody else is after them. So they do whatever it takes just to get that particular man. And that happens way too often.
Play stupid games, get stupid prizes.
You want to go, Britt?
I mean, I I agree. I mean, I think that it definitely has not done any. Whatever good was done, we're past that. You know, like it's just bad now. Everything is like, to me, just like we've all touched on, very fake facade. Sometimes it's like shocking to hear the amount of people that are like, putting a lot of energy and effort into making sure their either appearance or even their relationship, looks good online. They're selling their marriage. And I mean, these people are getting married, and they get online and post these pictures like shit is sweet and their house is a wreck. They're miserable. They're not happy. And like, what I have to question, what is that for? It's one thing to be miserable and unhappy. I get that. Everybody at some point, we go through phases in relationships where maybe you're just not happy. I get that. But when we're at a point where we're putting it on social media, fronting like we're okay, and your husband lives in another house because y'all ain't talking right now, why? I don't understand that part.
Why? Cause
Yeah, it's stupid.
I agree with Mo Lifts, because I was actually going to say this, but I didn't want to sound like the grandma. But I really don't like it when anything gets blamed on social media. It's like attention deficit. It's because of social media. Dating because we are still people. We're still people, and we still care. I did not carry myself any differently when social media came on than I did before. I'm not any different. So I think that I think it magnified people's behaviors. I think it put it on steroids. People who wanted to be hoes can do it faster and in front of more people. People who wanted to be promiscuous can do it at a faster rate. But like you guys said at the beginning, back in the day, you had to go to the mall. You had to physically go to the mall and walk down people and get the number and then pursue. Like, it just was harder. I think it's just made people, it's just revealed like liquor. Liquor reveals what's really inside you. I think it just sped it up.
It increased the visibility to the behavior. You know what I mean? But the thing is that it allows both sexes to get into a what's the word? Into a kind of collective mindset. You know what I mean? And the thing is, and I just want to agree with what you said. It's like I say it all the time: when women get right, men get right, and women don't want to believe.
Mm-hmm.
Right? The game messed up because y'all messing up the game, but it's all our fault though. It's all the men, right? Mm-hmm. It's all the men's fault. Hey, it's the men's fault. You know what I'm saying? The dating pool is trash. It's the men. No, the dating pool is trash because y'all trash.
I told Otis sometimes, if all women in the world said, okay, raise the bar. We're not giving no men no sex. We're not doing anything until they come up here. What's going to happen?
They'll come up.
You're going to have to fall in line.
It's happened every time, though. This is what has happened with society. Like, we are always on this cycle. And I think that we just have to look at history. I think that people always think, oh, liberation is the way. But there's a reason why we've had waves of being very conservative, like not even just as a nation, because we're only a couple hundred years old as a nation, but you go back from like when people covered their wrists and things like that, right? They had extremes because they realized if you just let people just go with their own lust, like you turn into animals.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I got in trouble for a post we had one time, and I said, ladies, the standards will change when you stop putting up with bullshit. And they cooked me for that. And they said, well, why can't men just be good people?
They always tell me that, but why can't?
And I was like, why are you worried about other people? Why can't you and your friends and, why can't all of y'all just set higher standards for each other? Period.
Can I tell you why? I'm going to tell you why this doesn't work. Out of the woman who's pissed off and the guy who's living it up, having fun, who is motivated? That's what I tell people. The dude who's knocking down chicks left and right, he is not paying a high rate to talk to me for 6 hours to figure out how I can get less booty. Girl, I just get too many chicks. I'm trying to figure out how to lessen this. I got too many women. No men are coming. They are not the motivated crew. I get the women crying saying, I gave this man 6 years of my life and 2 kids, and he doesn't want me. So the man is the one who is not motivated. That's why I said dropping the food on the floor. You keep dropping the food on the floor talking about, why would this dog keep eating the steak? That's a good steak. It was $17. I just paid for that steak. Stop putting it on the floor. He's going to eat it.
We are results driven. Men are results driven. Why do I have to put up effort for something that's easy to get? I'm not your leader until I wipe you up, till I become in a relationship and I dedicate myself to you. Until then, it's the hunt. This is the game. Y'all keep trying to change the game up. The game don't change. Only the players. The players is fucking it up.
That's true.
I'm sorry. Was that too harsh?
You're not yelling at me.
As a woman, it's very important to see yourself in that light so that you can truly attract what you're looking for.
Yeah. A lot of women try to go to what men like at the time, but that's not working because what men like at the time is easy. Especially now it's easy. So you trying to be easy. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, nah.
Which is the thing. I think women got to learn the difference between what men like and what we value. Those are two totally different things. And I'm gonna touch on that real quick, but let me shout out to some of these super chats first. Shout out to Solid Lamont.
That's a fact. That's perfect.
Women want to hear their words out of your mouth.
I mean, that's a passion right there.
Shout out to Dallas. So what dating advice would y'all give to a guy with more quiet personality that has approach anxiety? I think we're talking about it right now. Social media, man. Social media. And real quick, I want to shout out Mo List, man. They got up a great point. I want to make sure they got their love. Said blaming social media for the dating market is like blaming guns for shooting people. We are responsible for the dating market. Social media just highlights it, which is a fact. And getting back to what I said, it highlights it incorrectly, or it kind of jades people's mind to what's actually being highlighted. Social media ain't nothing but a highlight reel, but people look at it as if it's in real time reality. I think that's where the confusion comes in at, right? Because what you do is you may be in a legitimate relationship, right? But you online looking at, John and Tammy relationship, and they traveling. Every time you see them post a picture, they in another country somewhere. Or every time you see them post a picture, they, buying Louis, or they at the high price ass restaurant. Every time they post, you get to comparing your shit like, damn, why we don't never travel like that? Why we don't never go eat out every week like that? You know what I'm saying? But in reality, they posting pictures from 6 months ago that they just didn't post yet. You know what I'm saying? They was already, you know what I'm saying? So it's like, again, it's giving people a false sense of what reality is, and you start judging your relationship harshly or incorrectly because of it. But I think, again, it's going back to what Mo Lift said. We control that. You control how much of that you intake, and how much of that you apply to your real life and different shit like that. There's nothing wrong with looking at social media to get an idea or, whatever the case may be, but to live your life by it. And even let's take social media out of it, looking at somebody else's relationship in general.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
And living your relationship by it is ridiculous because you're not there 24/7 to see those arguments that they having behind the scenes, to see the fact that they just gotten a damn near fist fight and police had to be called, but they didn't put that on social media. You know what I'm saying? Or to see how, how ignorant they are in front of their kids and different shit like that. All you see online, them posting social media with the baby and everything is beautiful, everything is going, oh, that's so cute. But they just got done. They in there smoking weed right there in front of their baby, or arguing right there in front of their baby. But they don't post that online.
Right.
So
I've seen so many like that.
Yeah, like so I think what social media has done is kind of jaded people's reality a bit, and it takes for you to like actually meet some of these people in real life.
Thanks.
No, like this shit ain't what it's what it's cracked up to be. And then once you do that, you cut that shit off and start making your own rules in your relationship. And that's when you start thriving.
Yeah, and that's what I was finna say. That's one last thing I want to say is like a lot of people look at different relationships and other people, and it's like you're not even gonna agree to what they agreed upon. They got their relationship, and what they got going on is what they got going on. This is what they like. This is what they agreed upon. This is how they do it. You might be totally against what they agreed upon, but you want to be like them because they stay 48 5 days out the week. You know what I'm saying? They take trips every other month. You know what I'm saying? But they swingers, and you was totally against that. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, come on, now you're looking at a false reality. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's ridiculous.
It just, I mean, as I think as creatures, like too many options is a bad thing for people.
Facts.
Too many options is a bad thing, right? It was different back in our day because you had to look inside your cipher, inside your area code, or where you was at to meet a person, right? And that took time. It took time. But now, you know, you can hit somebody DM and boom, there it is. If you, again, a blue check or you got the bust down rollie or whatever, right? But to answer what Filthy Dre said, to build off what he said, I say this all the time. I don't care what my relationship looked like to the outside world. All that matters is what it looked like to me and her.
Right. Yeah.
Right. I don't care what nobody think. Oh, it don't matter, bro. My wife know I take care of her and she take care of me. What you gonna do about it? Nothing.
Right.
I have a question, or I should say a statement for women. I think sometimes because I don't say certain things that I think are really obvious, it could be confusion. Like when I was talking about hypocrisy last time and people assumed I was a feminist because I was saying I don't like hypocrisy. So I want to say this very clearly for the women watching. Just because we are saying men will do whatever we put up with, we are not condoning the behavior. I think it's sad. I actually think it's really pathetic. I think it's really a shame that people will completely allow their lust to control their entire future. There are men who will waste careers, will blow up families, all because they don't have D control. So I don't focus on men. I don't wag my finger in their face and tell them what to do because I know I'm wasting my breath. But just because I don't sit here and go on and make content, men, you should do this. Don't think that I have respect for men or I think, oh, this is just how it is and it's cool. I think it's deplorable. I would love to see men who stand up and say, no, I actually respect myself enough to not stick it in any woman that I barely met. I would like to see that, but I'm a realist. And so if it means that I have to do more weight, I'm going to do it. And I know for me, I set my standards up front. When I met my husband, I set him up front. I said, I'm a virgin. I've waited for marriage. I don't plan on having sex before marriage. He said, cool, end of conversation. Because he was motivated to be with me, we got married. By the end of the year, we were married. So men will do what it is that they want to do. We just have to be able to walk away. And sometimes, a lot of times, it requires the women to be stronger. It requires the women to be able to say, you know what, while the guy is going out there and doing his thing, because women will be virgins and we'll take a non-virgin. We'll take a reformed hoe. We'll take a guy who smashed 50, 100, people. Well, as long as he's got it out of his system, we a lot of times have to be the bigger person in that situation. So just wanted to make that clear. For the guy in the comments saying not a feminist, you might want to look at the definition of feminist. If anything I've said sounds even remotely close to feminism, you might want to go ahead and look that one up, buddy.
Okay, real quick. Yancey touched on something that I definitely planned on getting to tonight. She spoke on letting lust blind you. Spoke on like the consequences of sex. And from men's perspective in comparison to women, there is a clear double standard here. In terms of men, we can go out here, we can snipe whatever we want to snipe. And then when we ready to be in that relationship, we expect her to just take us as we are. You know what I'm saying? I'm done, just like she just said. It's out of my system. I'm ready now. And we expect to be taken with open arms. But on the opposite end of that, if women go out here and get to having sex with a bunch of different men, she now has a label. She now has a barrier. So, I just want to get y'all's opinion on that fact. And whether or not y'all feel like it's fair. Do y'all feel like, there certain double standards are necessary? How do y'all feel about that double standard in terms of sex when somebody's dating?
Trash.
I think it's not fair, but I understand it. You know what I'm saying? That's right. I said it. I know it's not fair, but I understand it.
What do you understand, sir?
I understand the difference between a man having sex and a woman having sex. I said this before, right? Let's break it. Okay. Give me a second.
Break it down. I know
Right.
where you're going.
Look, what happened when you leave a rake out in the yard?
Depending on what kind of rake, it rusts.
Yeah, I was like, step on it.
Nowadays, right? It's gonna be painted, coated, right? You go outside, pick that rake up, no problem. What happened when you leave a bucket outside in the rain?
It collects water.
But what happens if you leave it out there too long?
It's gonna overflow.
You get mold in it, get maggots, mosquitoes, right? This is the nature, right? And I'm not saying it's right. This is just what it is. Women, y'all collect, we deliver. I'm not saying it's right.
As long as you're saying it's not right, I have no qualms.
It's right. I'm saying this is what I'm saying. I'm saying double standards exist in relationships. And unfortunately, like I said, until women set the standard of being honest across the board, double standards will exist. Right? Will exist. Case in point, last night on King Talk, when it comes to a woman, when it comes to birth control or having a child or an abortion, it's my body, my choice. But then when it comes to the point of a man saying his wife wanted him to get a vasectomy, so she wasn't having more kids. Every woman jumped on the bandwagon. Well, go ahead. It's easier for you. You don't understand birth control with a woman's body. She could die doing birth. Okay, right? Had that same passion for a man who don't want to get his nuts cut. It's a double standard, correct? But they exist. So again, I put it on women. We are the hunters. You are the hunted.
Right.
When y'all change the game, we'll get right. You said it yourself, Yancy.
I'm just saying it sounded like it sound. You said that you don't condone it. You don't think it's right.
I understand it. I understand it. And we talking about the science of it, right? Venereal diseases exist, yes, but let's say that doesn't happen. The truth of the matter is a dude can shoot and move to the next one. I'll wipe you off me when I'm gone. When I shoot up in you, it's a little bit of me with you. The last dude, it's a little bit of him with you. The dude before that, it's a little bit of him with you. Right? That's the science behind it. I'm not saying it's right. I feel like if you a woman, hey, right? Hey, you single, you do what you want to do. That's your business. I can't judge you. But I'm saying I understand the double standard. That's what I'm saying.
But I guess you're trying to say the implications of sex. I'm stripping it all the way down to the bottom. This is not your person. This is not your spouse. And you're so controlled by your lust, you have to smash this person. That's how I'm looking at it. I'm not looking at like, what's the reciprocal, who catches. I'm going all the way to the root. You can't keep it in your pants.
I'm not disagreeing with you on that.
I'm putting more pressure on the women and blaming the women simply off the fact that you guys control life in general. You guys bring life into this world. So in my opinion, you should know better because you have a lot of control. Once I enter you and just so happen to get pregnant, after that, I have no say so. If I said, baby, I'm sorry, I'm not ready to be a father. I can't have the baby. I'm not ready for a baby. If you want to have that child, you're going to have that child. The same way I could say, you know what? I think we are compatible. We are ready to have a baby. And you could say, I'm not ready to have a baby. I still have zero control. So because of that alone, I put more blame on the women because men have no repercussion. I can get 10 women pregnant. Is that irresponsible? Absolutely. But he could do all that. But all those women allowed that to happen.
So you're saying that it's trash, or it's not trash for the man to be?
It's definitely trash, but I'm saying it's accepted.
This is what I'm talking about. It is, but the point is, yes, y'all won't. Not you, Yancy. I'm looking at the chat. Not you, Yancy. I'm looking at the chat. But most women in general, y'all want to put it on dick control. But the problem is, if it wasn't no side chicks, there wouldn't be no side chicks.
Did you hear what I said?
That's a fact.
If it wasn't no bitch to hit, I wouldn't have one to hit.
True. That's very, very true. That's very true. That's very true. Well, I feel like the double standard, to me, honestly, I feel like the double standard is fair. I just feel like it don't have to be tolerated. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't have to tolerate it, but I think it's fair. I feel like, I mean, women, it's more important for you to not do versus a man. Like, I just feel like women is just, I don't know. It's I gotta control it. Gotta control it more.
Y'all, look, man, we make millions of sperms on a day-to-day basis. Y'all say it yourself out your own mouth. Men want to have sex. They want to have sex. Well, men want to have sex. You know what? They want to have sex. They want to have sex. Yeah, they want to have sex. We talk about this all the time. Every day. Sex, right? Right. So, okay, we admit that. We saying that's what it is. So, okay, right? So do your part. And again, I'm not saying this. I'm saying this is what happens, right?
Right.
Part. I'm not saying it's right. I'm saying
more people need to say it's not right.
Right? Do your part. Do your part. I'm not saying that. But again, how can you sit up there and say, for the same point, okay, I should be responsible when women ain't being held responsible? That's a double standard. Just like you saying, for me to look at a woman with a bunch of bodies as, being used up and not looking at it's a double standard. And the double standard is that, again, if it wasn't no other women to sleep with, if other women had stood on a square and band together, like the sisterhood do, the sisterhood's undefeated, right? Go, sister, Black Queen, let's all stick together. Yay. You know what I'm saying? If all y'all sat down and had a Black sisterhood meeting, was like, we ain't sleeping with nobody other man, would this be a problem? No, it would not. I'm done.
But I think men like you, who speak from their chest, would do well to start to speak against it, because I think it's easy to brush it. Well, I don't think it's okay, but and then justify it.
No, see, that's y'all problem. Y'all want men to do your job. That's your job as a woman.
No,
your job as a woman.
Women are responsible for keeping their own legs closed, and the men will raise the bar. However, what I'm saying is that men should stand up and say a real man isn't controlled by his hormones.
But
that's a real man. We celebrate and say, "Oh, real men."
Real men are controlled by their hormones. Yes, we are. We agree with y'all on that.
I don't hear y'all saying it from your chest.
I don't agree with what I'm saying is, John C. I don't agree with the part you saying I should take responsibility for another man and what he should do. All I can do is tell that man, hey, that's foul. Don't do that. But you said, y'all understand we control by our hormones, but then y'all want us to negate our very nature. It's our very nature.
So can you stay faithful to your wife?
Yes.
So how is it that your nature is controllable suddenly?
I'm fighting my nature.
But you're fighting it. I have to fight my nature too.
I am. But how can I tell the next man? Right? I can't.
Same way you can tell a woman to control her nature.
But also, the same way you can tell a woman to control her nature.
And what I'm saying is, so I teach women what women can do. I'm saying more men like you need to talk to men and say, this is not what it is. What happens is if a dude knocks a chick, everyone's like, yeah.
No.
That's the culture we live in. If a dude has 1,000, there was a guy who was on that interview. Who was it? He said, how many chicks do you think you've had? And he said in the thousands. People were not going, oh, that's terrible. It was like, oh, wow, this guy's
like I said, it doesn't. This is. I don't subvert the game. I don't subvert the game. Again, like I said, y'all want to change the game. Our job is to knock y'all down. Everything we do is to knock you down. Don't get it twisted. Everything we do, everything, the reason we work, the reason why we dress the way we dress, we smell the way we smell, and we do the things we do, is that when we meet the woman we want, we get to knock her down. It's your responsibility to keep your legs closed. If you wasn't there to hit, I wouldn't be able to hit. If the key don't work, the lock don't open. It's plain and simple, short and sweet. Y'all control access to sex. We control access to relationship. And the relationship don't start until you let me hit your box. The relationship does not stop. You gotta stop letting men fuck you. You gotta stop letting dudes that's got a girl in your box.
I don't disagree with that. I'm simply saying keep that same energy and tell your brothers. That's it. I'm all about accountability of women. 100%. I'm simply saying
all I want. You're right.
It's all about glorifying men
Right.
smashing. You cannot tell me that our culture does not glorify. If a dude
Right.
has a lot of chicks, he's considered awesome. If a chick has a lot of dudes, she's considered a hoe. And I'm saying that.
And I said and I already told you, Yancy, it's a double standard, and I understand it, and we're still going round and round. So I can see your point.
It goes back to like he was saying, like, so how do women not want to be side chicks or just a piece? Because it seems like too, like a lot of women are okay with just having a piece of a man instead of the whole thing. You know, they'll rather have a successful man who they know has other women on his team, and they are a-okay with that for years at a time.
Women even
and
say
that happens way too often.
Girls. They say if he don't got other women, then I don't want her. I don't want him. They even say that.
Right.
Oh, hold on. Who said that?
Tiana Taylor. Tiana Taylor. She was sitting next to
Wanting bitches and being able to get bitches is two different things. Like
Tiana Taylor was sitting next to her husband, and she said the words, quote unquote. She said, "If you ain't got no bitches, I ain't even interested."
Right. Like we want to make sure nobody wants a man nobody's attracted to now. That's what she's like that's
see,
ain't nobody trying to holler.
But see, why should that matter if you like him?
Yeah.
The reason is
I didn't say that quote didn't come out of my mouth. I'm talking about in terms of Tiana Taylor, what we're talking about. I don't, if he don't get no bitches. No, I don't want you to continuously get bitches. That's not what I'm subscribing to at all.
But you're not gonna feel away if y'all go out on a date, y'all get dressed up, and nobody's looking like.
And that's what I'm saying. Attraction and you getting bitches are two different things. I want a desirable man. I think the same way.
That kind of.
It kind of goes.
You want to booger whoop on your
hand in hand.
Y'all trying to dance on me. Y'all trying to dance on me.
If you're not attractive, you're not really getting no women.
But what you guys know when your
where's the boundaries?
Sam, I see you. Men are the same way. They represent like, oh, I see you play. Like
this is crazy. This is so crazy. This is so crazy. I'm not doing it for the validation of no other dude.
I'm not saying you are, but I'm saying it does feel good when you have someone on your arm and all your boys are like, damn.
You already know that before they see her, though. Like, before they see the girl, if you get a baddie, before you go to your partners, you already know what they're going to say. So
it's the same thing with men. It's the same thing with men. It's not like, oh, I like him. Let's go see if he gets bitches and test it. Like, you know your man's attractive, and that's all there is. Like, it is what it is.
They be keeping the other ones at home. The ones that don't get snatched, they know they ain't bringing them in the streets. Like, come on.
We're not saying
that. All right, real quick. We got some bills to pay. Real quick.
Long in the background, she know her role. Maybe after up front women knew they role, there wouldn't be no background check.
See, here we go. Shout out to Danae Smith. We appreciate you. Gotta pay some bills, man. Shout out to everybody that's showing a little Silent Lamont again. You say her body. Say her body, her choice. Both of your responsibilities.
You know what I'm saying?
That's hilarious,
man.
Shout out to Mo Lips again. Go say, "Oh, is right. Women control who have sex in this world, along with who lives or dies with childbirth. So with great power comes great responsibility." That's a hell of a point.
And that's sad too. Men don't have
shout out to Malik Ford.
Double standards.
You see it? Bo Lips again. Folks are okay with double standards until they don't benefit from them. That's a fact.
Yep. What it is, man.
And shout out to Morgan Danae. We appreciate you. So what y'all take on the Young Miami and Diddy? All right, real quick before we get into that, everybody stop what y'all doing and like the stream right now. This has been hellified content that y'all been getting great mature conversations. It ain't no Z snapping and neck rolling and none of that. It's just grown people up here having honorable, informative conversations. So if y'all appreciate that, like I do, y'all make sure that y'all like the stream if y'all haven't already. We're going to start bringing people up right after we broach this main topic that we wanted to get up here and speak on. But again, everybody take the time, like the stream right now. First, before we go any further, how y'all enjoying this conversation? Y'all enjoying it as much as I am?
Nah, yeah, it's cool. I'm rocking with
It's
it.
dope. It's
I
dope.
like the different points of views and perspectives. You know what I'm saying?
I agree, man. I
I
agree.
like a woman who can speak her mind. Shout out to Yancey and Life Coach.
Yeah, I'm here for it. I see all y'all in the back chat. I see y'all. If y'all want to come up, man, y'all got a cam up.
Yeah, I'm seeing them in the back chat too. I'm like, man, they funny.
Yeah, man. Make sure y'all cam is on and all of that good stuff. Make sure the sound is clear so we can hear y'all. But yeah, we're gonna go ahead and tap into this Carissa Diddy interview. I watched it today in full, and I was able to see, the I don't know, I guess the issue that everybody was talking about in terms of like how she said something that I'm gonna repeat, and then I want to get y'all take on it because I feel like it's very, very reflective of this dating scene today. She said, and talking to Diddy. Now, mind you, a little context for anybody who's not familiar. Diddy and her are kind of dating, kind of smashing, kind of kicking it, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's what it is. And recently on social media, it was a big fallout because another woman that Diddy is talking to got on social media and she said some things in terms of like, Young Miami ain't really da 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 da. Diddy is my man, blah blah blah. So they was going back and forth, fighting over who's more of Diddy's piece because he ain't really claiming either one of them in an official manner. So they was going back and forth on that. But I say all that to say, in this sit down, she addressed that back and forth, and she said to Diddy the words, "I feel like you're single, but we go together." She told Diddy, "I feel like you're single, and we go together."
A lot of women feel like that.
Right. So that's why I wanted to unpack it. Because again, I feel like it's very, very reflective of this dating scene today. It's a lot of unofficial, unspoken of, I ain't claiming you publicly, but I don't want to see you with nobody else type of energy. And I just want to get y'all take on,
And he's getting all the benefits of the relationship.
Clearly.
Well, I mean, she's getting some benefits as well. She getting flown out. She getting diamonds around her neck. She getting, a hell of a life, and she getting sex as well. So it's like both people are benefiting. It's just not in an official manner. So do y'all feel like that quote unquote like watering down what we are creates a bit of confusion? And like, what's the effect that y'all feel like that has on the dating scene today?
Escort, what you just described.
What's the confusion?
I feel like it's a game. I mean, I don't know what they got going on. They live. I feel like they both getting what they want out of the situation, and they just whatever, just being happy with whatever they can get. Like she knows that she's not the one that the only one he messing with, but she get to mess with a billionaire, and he does this for me, he does that, he makes me feel special sometimes, and he knows that I can do whatever I want with her. So they just I don't know. That's a stupid situation to me, but if they happy, then they happy. I really don't understand what's going on with that. It just don't make sense.
A lot of women lie to themselves. They tell themselves, one, it's gonna change. I'm gonna put it on him, and he's gonna wipe me up. That's the first lie they tell themselves. The second lie is they say, "Oh, I can deal with it. I could just focus on the bag and all the perks and the flying out, like you said. I could deal with it." I had a client reach out to me yesterday. And she's talking about this amazing guy. I'm like, dang, he sounds amazing. She said, there's just one thing. I'm like, okay, will you snore? She said, he says he doesn't think he could be monogamous. I'm like, that's just one thing. Like every woman wants a man to claim her and profess his love to her, put a ring on only her finger, want her alone to have his children. So you're in denial, boo-boo, if you think you can handle this great guy who just happens to smash girls on the side. So I think we need to be honest about what we want and stop letting the desperation make us take scraps from the dumpster.
Brittany, what is your take on this theme of entitlement without commitment that this era suffers from? What do you think that stems from?
It kind of, I feel like it touches on my initial point of like when people are going into relationships, it feels very selfish of like, what can you do for me? What can you get for me? And then people get complacent in those situations where I need you for this, or I get this from you, and they're kind of using each other for whatever it is that they think they're getting out of their relationship or gaining. But it's all toxic. It's all toxic. It really is.
Right.
Which is the issue, because I mean, let's just be honest, man. I know like most men done been in that space before, in terms of it's a chick that we really like, really rocking with, but we ain't really ready to settle down. We ain't ready to be in that official manner just yet, right? And we'll say, "Oh, nah, baby, you can go ahead, man, do your thing, bro. Just, it's all good. I'm single, you single, we both single." Until she posts that dude on Instagram, or until she posts that she on a date, and you see that tattooed arm with that bust down Rolex at the end of the dinner. Now you send a text like, "Oh word, oh wow."
This what we doing now?
It's a situation, right? It's a situation where it's entitlement without commitment. We was talking about something on the pod, recently, in terms of like men will be willing to pull up in the scenario like I just gave, right? On a date, men will be willing to pull up and fight the dude over a chick that he won't claim publicly. Because, you know what I'm saying? Because we have a quote unquote understanding, right? And a lot of women in this era do the same thing. Yeah, he don't claim me, but he treat me like a girlfriend, or he acts like a boyfriend. You know what I'm saying? So now I'm invested, and you can't blame me for showing up and slashing ties. I know he never said that I was his girl in an official capacity, but we traveling together, we going to eat together, we going on dates. I done been to his house when the family was there, all type of shit. So I'm invested in this situation, even though, again, I repeat, we ain't never announced it in an official manner. I feel like we have an unspoken understanding.
Mm-hmm.
And that right there creates a dangerous gray area.
I feel like also like money being so important in today's like relationship society is ridiculous. Like if a man is spending money on a chick, he feels like he owns her. And if a chick is receiving money out of a man, she can tolerate a shit ton of stuff. So it's just like that money is the really the glue to a relationship. This chick is getting Chanel, she's getting cars, she's getting all this stuff, and she's getting mistreated. So she's going to ignore the mistreatment and just enjoy the lifestyle. Because sometimes we act like we together, you know what I'm saying? And the man is like, well, I'm spending all this money. I bought you this. I bought you mine now. I bought you. You know what I'm saying? It's like, it's getting ridiculous. And people are being okay with that nowadays. But it's getting ridiculous.
It's because they don't know their own value. I was with somebody, because I split from my husband. And so I was on the dating scene for a while. And I ended up breaking my rule about no celebs. And I was with somebody, just dating. And I had more to myself. Like I had more value to myself that I walked away. And I had I wouldn't even call her a friend, but she was someone that I knew through social media. And she was one of the few people who knew, because I'm just, real low key about stuff. And she's like, I can't believe you let him go. And her only energy was because, but it's so-and-so, so-and-so. And I'm like, I don't give a crap if it's the president of the United States.
Right.
I have had people with big coins, and I've turned down, because at the end of the day, I'm not going to cry myself to sleep at night and then hold myself with a bag. Like, how does a purse get me through? If I get invited to a wedding, I want you as my +1. If I'm posting on social media, I want to be able to post you. Like, I can't. Like, no amount of money, no amount of clout is worth my sanity. I would rather be by myself. And this is what I tell women. If you are doing these things and you're hating yourself every single day, there is a spiritual void in your life. Because if money is the end all for you, there is a deeper problem. I know somebody would try to hide me in the back.
And that's the issue, right? She told, like, I have no problem with what they're doing, because they choosing to do it and they know what they're doing. She said exactly what her understanding of their relationship is. Right. He's single and we go together to her because that's the arrangement they had on, and that's what she's willing to take from that man. So by all means, right? Don't cry about it. What they say, don't cry over spilled milk. You spilled the milk when you went and tolerated something you felt you wouldn't tolerate to that man because he did it, or he got dough, or he drive a Bentley, or he get you Birkins or whatever. That's what you worked.
Yeah,
that's what you worked. Right?
You put your own price tag on it.
Man, you put a price tag on yourself, and he had enough money to pay the toll.
Yep, absolutely.
That's a fact. That's okay.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, I think it's we just gonna be honest here, man. I think status and just who that man is, just swagger, all of that stuff factors in. The fact is that 60% of certain men means more to a woman than 100% of a nobody. Let's just be honest. That's the era that we in. Like I've literally had a woman tell me that she's offered herself while I'm married. She said, I know you married. I understand the situation, but you just intrigue me so much that I would be cool with just a piece of you, and you can go back to your wife and y'all do. You know what I'm saying? Like literally laid it out. So in that situation happens a lot. They don't say it necessarily verbatim, but they'll offer themselves that way. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, fact is juice matters. I say it all the time. All juice ain't created equal. And people think I'm being shallow when I say it. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, it's a reality. And I think again it dates back to what Yancey said about valuing yourself. A lot of people just don't value themselves for real, or they'll like prioritize status or prioritize like who that person is. Like I just want to be around said person. And I'm good with just a piece of them, and that's something that a lot of women won't speak on, and a lot of women do it. This is another thing of all statuses, of all looks, of all walks of life. You be thinking, oh man, she pretty as hell. She got 50,000 likes on Instagram. She got 1 million followers. She'll never succumb to being somebody's third option. Yes, she will. Yes, she will.
Most definitely.
Straight up. You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, people got to get in tune with themselves and in tune with what they value. Because when you value yourself, you don't prioritize what somebody else can bring to your life over who you are and how you move.
Mm-hmm.
And
everybody comes to you up here.
Bingo.
They start meeting you where you're at.
Bingo. And the wild shit is, even if you start moving like that before you even get to that level, you'll see a spike in interest. Because nothing people value more than somebody that's willing to go their own way. You know what I'm saying? Or somebody that's willing to stand on their own too, or stand on what it is that they morals are. We every man on this panel, every man in this chat can speak to it. There's certain women that we talk to, and they willing to bend over backwards for whatever it is that we want. She immediately gets deprioritized immediately. Yeah. And it may be a chick, you know what I'm saying? Another chick that we talking to, she may not look good as that chick that's willing to bend over backwards, but she's standing on her morals. Yeah. Like, nah, we ain't having no sex without commitment. Nah, you ain't just about to pull up over here at 3:00 in the morning and we just gonna kick it. Nah, take me on a date, official date, daytime. Let's kick it in the daytime. Let's talk, you know what I'm saying? Like that type of shit. And again, she may not even look as good as the other chick, but just the fact that she willing to stand on her morals, that's going to intrigue us, especially a man that's used to getting, women at his beck and call. Like, damn, the audacity of her. I'm intrigued now. Let me find out why she, is that confident in herself. And that right there get you more attention.
You be like, that's a real one. That's the first thing you say, bro. Like,
I was just gonna say, there's so many times I've actually had to walk away from situations. Those men always spin the block. I promise you, they do. They'll be like, no one's ever said no or told me this or check me like you did. To me, I didn't think like that, obviously. But when you see the results of you saying no and you stand firm in yourself, like you feel good because you protect your peace, you protect your space, and you're demanding what you want for yourself. And it feels hard in the moment. I can say that as a woman, like it does really feel hard because, like we talked about, you end up kind of maybe losing options, but you end up also seeing that those same men will respect you. They really will. Like, even if nothing comes of your situation, they will just respect you simply for, like you guys said, standing firm. But you have to actually feel that and walk that and see the results.
It's called being a lady, man. Mm-hmm. You're a lady at all times. I'm talking about you never come out of your womanhood. Never. Mm-hmm. Never. For no man, never. The man will work for that, man, because we know that's a thin commodity out in these streets, bro. It's a thin commodity out. You should never have to come out of pocket as a female. You should never have to do it as a woman, man. And like, dudes gonna respect you off back. And the real ones that's really interested, you know what I'm saying? The ones that was really checking for you, they're gonna conform correctly. I'm telling you, they're gonna conform correctly. They're gonna step their game up because they know, man. Hey, man, I can't let this one get out the door, dog. You know what I'm saying? Like,
So,
but you're supposed to be a lady and be men at all times, bro. Be men at all times, and everything will work out. But like I said, man, everybody trying to make a man fit a woman's image and a woman fit it was never meant to be that way. It was never meant to be that way. But like I said, y'all people weird out in these streets, man. Y'all.
Can I ask about that, Ricky?
Yes, ma'am.
If the lady is supposed to be a lady at all times, and the guy says to her, I don't know if I want to wife you. I have to test drive you, as though she's a test-driven car. What does the woman say to that guy? Because if she's, what's that?
I appreciate the experience. Thank you for your time.
So she should just let him go.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Don't you what like I said before, why are you chasing somebody who don't want to be chased, that don't want to be caught?
Because we have these guys saying, oh, I can't wife somebody until I know how she's in bed. And my thing is, you want these women.
And that's not the guy for you.
I just love that you said that as a man.
That's not the guy for you.
Some people, some niggas say that as a mind. It's like manipulation. They want to manipulate you and like, you know, play a mind game. So I mean, a lot of women fall for it, but you know, if you stand firm on your own too, that man, the right man is still gonna, you know what I'm saying, like you and, you know what I'm saying, seek you in the right manner. Or he might you to the curve and go do what he want to do. You know,
it's the same for me for men. And I thought about this the other day. Like, if you got a decent dude that's out there trying to, you know, find a wife and he dating intentionally, that relationship starts at sex. Now, I'm not saying you have to or don't, but I'm saying, Miss Yancey and Brittany, if that's your prerogative, then you stand on that. You see what I'm saying? But let's say in a case in the midst, you guys have sex, and then that dude saying, "Hey, I want to be serious." I'm ready to settle down. If that woman talk about, "Nah, we just cool," you need to cut her off too.
Wait, what you mean just cool? In what way?
Like some women, I heard this firsthand. I'm speaking out of my own experience, right? I know this dude that I work with, right? Been dating this girl. They finally slept together, and then he was like, "Man, you know," because he ready to get married. You know what I'm saying? He was like, "Hey, I'm ready to settle down. I think you the one. We done did this. Where we at?" She was like, "Oh no, you know what? I'm okay where I'm at. You know what I'm saying? We can just." I told her, cut her off.
Period. Period.
Yeah.
Thank you for the experience. Right. Thank her for the experience. We're like, you know what I'm saying? We cool, whatever, but you ain't ready for what I'm ready for. Get on about your life.
And if people do it sooner, it would be so much easier. Like, instead of waiting a year, 2 years, like cut them off right in the beginning.
It's embarrassing to ask the question, like, oh, I don't want to ask a serious question. To me, it's only awkward to the person who's trying to play games. Okay. If I'm in the place where I'm not trying to get married and someone says, "Hey, what are you looking for?" There's nothing weird for me to hear that question. Even if I'm not looking for something serious, I would just go, "Oh, you know, I'm right now, I just got out of a situation. I want to just kind of whatever." We are adults. And I feel like these same people who are scared to have a conversation about what are your goals, they're the same people who are willing to have sex. So you'll have a whole sexual encounter with a person, but you're not emotionally comfortable to ask them, what are you looking for? Like, this is why. And then you want to come back and be like 6 years later, you wasted my time. You wasted your own time.
No.
Well, you didn't ensure compatibility. You know what I mean? Like, I like you. That's great. But are we compatible? That's very important.
Yeah, and again, like, I think it's out here, like I said, like, people date casually. People have sex casually. Like, if you're really serious and you're ready to be committed to someone, you should be dating intently. Like, oh, I didn't see 7 chicks. How I'm a date 7 if I'm intently looking for a woman and I'm vibing with somebody. I don't have time to date 7 women.
Mm-mm.
You see what I'm saying? I don't have time. So again, that person actions, and I always say at the beginning, I always say at the end of the day, I can tell you whatever, my actions will show you what I'm about. Right. So if a dude is sitting up there telling you, yeah, I'm trying to get serious, right? But you can't reach him when y'all supposed to be, you know, talking or dating. I call dating courting, you know, we supposed to be courting each other. And I call you and you don't pick up 3, 4, 5 times. Okay. Right.
Mm-hmm.
It's a Saturday, and every Saturday I can't get you.
Blues Clues.
Okay. Or after 8 o'clock during the week, You can't reach him.
You know what I'm saying?
He got to get his good 10 hours. Come on, give him the
Right,
benefit.
okay.
of the doubt. He got his sleep mask on.
Right, this ain't rocket science, but like I said, because you like somebody or you so infatuated with somebody because of the way they look or the things they do, you gonna ignore the simple stuff that your mama and your daddy should have taught you.
That's some shit. Yeah.
You know what I mean? But everybody y'all out here dating casually, that's the whole problem. No, if you're trying to be with some, oh, I'm ready to settle down, and then that's what you should be doing. If not, just say, hey, I'm out here, I'm having fun. You know what I'm saying? I'm telling you right now, this ain't going nowhere. Da 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 da. Now that's not saying in the case that things happen. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes when you out there dating, you bump into somebody in hell. Shit, your whole life changes. You know what I mean? But shit, that's not the rule, right? That's the exception. So date intently, right? Stop going out with people just because you want to go to. Oh, he gonna take me to Steak 48. He gonna take me to Papados. That's what. Like, stop wasting each other's time. Stop. That's not fair. Like. That's not fair. It's not fair, and the game ain't fair. But this is just being honest. It's not fair. You know what I'm saying? Don't do that. If I'm dating you, I'm sexually attracted to you. I want to get to know you. Dude, stop taking out girls just willy nilly because they cute.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they said the women get mad about one night stands, but the women are guilty of one night dates, one night dinners. I posted something. One of the guys said that. Mike Perez. He said that on my live, and I said that was awesome. I know of women who will say, "I know who to call when I'm hungry." Straight up, it's
absolutely.
And if the guy doesn't pay attention to the Blue's Clues, he doesn't catch on, and she always hits you around 4:30 when it's almost dinner time. Like,
but see, some men always think they got that small chance. So if I do this enough, there's gonna be one day flipping and boom.
She gonna get that steak that's cooked just right, and she gonna be like,
yeah, she gonna be mad at somebody else and actually call me, and I'm gonna console her this night, this day. You know what I'm saying? And I'm gonna win.
You spend $300 at Maestro's. You spend $300 at Maestro's, and she coming to me after happy hour.
Right.
Right.
Buy one, get one free.
Women do that too, though. That's crazy, though. They'll go out with a man spend so much money, and then call me like, "Where you at?"
That's a fact.
It's wild.
That's wild.
I believe in karma. I believe in karma.
But it's like go ahead. I'm sorry, sis. Go ahead. You go ahead and finish.
No, I was just say one sentence. I made a rule because when I realized that I was using men for validation, I can admit this. When I went through my healing process, I realized when I wasn't getting attention, I'd hit that guy who I knew would give me a compliment or something. Hey, what you doing? And when I realized what I was doing, and I realized that I didn't want to be on the receiving end, from that day on, I never did that. If I did not like you and I did not see a future with you, I will not even so much as say hi. I would rather you think I'm rude, stuck up, snobby. I will not talk to you. I will not give you any impression I'm interested if I'm not willing to go the distance or at least see what it could be. And I think if more people carried themselves that way, there'd be so much less heartache because you're trying to recover from the person who's being an asshole when in reality, dating wouldn't be that bad if people would just be honest.
Yeah. Honest with themselves. I feel like you should never feel uncomfortable. And there's a lot of people that's going through and feeling uncomfortable for certain ways. Like, I can't ask him a question, or he's not answering my questions, or I'm on a date with somebody. I don't know what he's gonna do. It's my first time meeting them, and I'm just doing this for the hell of it. Or there's a whole lot of uncomfortable stuff going on. I feel like you should never feel uncomfortable. You should always feel comfortable in what you're doing. So,
now I'm gonna tell y'all what. I didn't agree with most of what y'all said on this stage tonight, but
where we at?
But we gotta stop. We gotta slow down. We gotta gather ourselves. That notion that I'm gonna buy a car without test driving it. It's not gonna happen.
I thought that was too easy. That just
not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen because at the end of the day. But what I will say is y'all was right on the back end of that in terms of saying that just because I'm not buying the car without test driving it doesn't mean that you should change your moral standing and how you move. But just understand that if we ain't having no sex, you won't get commitment from me. That's just reality.
And you're saying from you, right?
Yeah, the relationship doesn't start until you have sex.
That's a fact.
That's just the way I think about it. It doesn't start.
Now, see, okay, now
That's it.
I agree with that, but I would love to actually go through and not have sex and like get married. I feel like that's like a challenge for me, and I feel like I wish I could do it. I'm not saying I'm going to, because I definitely want to test drive a car, but the idea of it seems
Good idea.
Like, if I did that, I'd be so proud of myself. You know what I'm saying? So
But
Let me ask the guys a question. This is my stumper.
you gotta be a special girl.
How many of you guys? Oh, sorry, we're talking. What you
Go
say?
ahead. Go ahead.
How many of you, your first time you lost your virginity, your very first time, first encounter with a woman, were like you were amazing, you blew her back out? How many of you her first time?
Oh,
Okay, so none of them. So how would you guys say that you guys are pretty?
How did I?
What did you say? Oh, so how many of you guys would say now that you're pretty confident in your bedroom skills?
I mean, it takes practice.
Okay, that's my point. So if it takes practice to
you
get to where you are, why is it that you cannot practice? The reason why I'm saying practice with your wife. The reason why I say this is because let's say Ricky, we'll just use the people on the panel. Ricky's like, oh, I think Brittany's the one. Whoop-de-whoop. They date for 6 months. They're like, okay, we're really interested. And we really have good intentions. She and he smash. Okay, cool. Then for whatever reason, they break up. Not because of sex, they just break up. Now she has a body under her belt. Now she moves and she starts dating Dre. Everything's cool. They go 10 months. Then they finally sleep together. And then, they realize they're really not compatible. Dre's got anger issues. Sorry, Jay, whatever. So then they break up. Now she got 2 bodies under her belt. Now she moved. Do you see the woman just keeps getting body after body? Then the guy looks at her and goes, oh, I don't want that chick. She's a hoe. She got all these bodies, but she had monogamous relationships.
That's different, though.
That's a little different. That's a little different.
That's different.
Because that's not really considered a woman being loose. Like you are actually in a committed relationship trying to work something out with somebody.
Y'all have a misconception of what men think getting bodies is. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like y'all have a misconception. Bodies is like ridiculous. Like girls, your boys, you like, man, you know what? That's your girl, bro. Hey. You know what I'm saying? Like, hey, you know what I'm saying? Like, we understand it's not the fact that we understand y'all had a past before us. I think people take that way out of context. We understand you ain't no virgin, right? That's not what I'm saying. What we saying is that in the context of today's society, a lot of these girls just fucking for free for no reason, and they think cool.
Right.
That's bodies. She just taking bodies and out here like, oh, I'm sexually liberated. It's what it is. No, that's different. If you're in relationships, we understand you had a past before us.
Right. Yeah. I agree 1,000%.
All right, real
quick. I had 20 relationships. You're cool with that?
At 20 relationships as a woman, if you're trying to get caught, at that point, I got to ask what was wrong with you that a guy didn't want to cuff you. Not that you got 20 guys, but what's really wrong with you that a man didn't want to cuff you? If you're such the bomb and you're black girl magic and you got all your shit together and you've been with 20 men and they never chose you, what's wrong with your mental and your spirit?
And how are you doing this? Like, are you having sex and then you cheating, and then the man that you cheated with, you starting to go with him, and the next man you cheat with, you going with him? Like, how is this relationship?
So if the relationship doesn't work out, it must mean that she dropped the ball. That's what I heard you say. It couldn't be that the guy ended up cheating on her. It couldn't be that
we're trying to get down to the nitty-gritty of it. We're trying to figure out what it is. Those are possibilities. Like we were saying, like what really is it?
If it take 20 men for you to wrap your head around the fact that maybe I need to look in the mirror, we have bigger issues aside from the sex.
You see what I'm saying?
It's just called a spade. But I want to get back to that point in which you said, why can't you just learn or teach your wife, because you learned and you taught and all that shit, right? Okay. But with that experience and us getting to this skill level that we are at, you come to learn a few things. One being, every woman is not coachable, right? This is a certain thing. Like, I don't know if you ever play sports or whatever, right? But, let's say a basketball coach. Like, I can teach my players how to dunk all day long. If I know how to dunk, like I can teach you, hey, yeah, man, you need to squat. You need to like do leg raises. You need to just, jump at the rim, try to touch like frequently, work on your dunking. But if you 5'3", my efforts are going to waste. You'll never dunk. That's just not who you are. Yeah, it doesn't matter how great of a coach I am, you're not coachable in that aspect, right? So that right there is one. And two, you can't teach sex drive. Sex drive is something that I feel like way too many people overlook, right? Because again, if I wait until marriage, cool. And even if I am able to teach you per se, even if you are coachable, your want to may be on a different level than mine. I may want to have sex 4 or 5 times a week, 3, 4, 5 times a week, but your drive not that high. You want to have it maybe once or twice. And again, that may be cool initially, but 10 years down the line, that may become a problem, right? But if we've already crossed that threshold and already got an idea of what your sex drive is before we get to the commitment, then I know what I'm signing up for. So those are two things that I feel like need to be considered. That's why I say I'm not buying a car before I test drive it, because I need to know two things. One, are you coachable? And two, is your sex drive compatible with mine? If neither one of those things are reality, we will never be in a relationship. I don't care how great of a woman you are. You can be supportive as you want to be. You got a career. You have all the intangibles. You're making me feel like a man. You're giving me all the encouragement in the world. But if those two things don't fit, we have zero chance.
Nah, that's true though.
Yeah, women don't want to
Interesting
admit it,
thing
but
is no one ever buys the test-driven car. They take that thing back to the lot and ask for a brand new one. That's the irony of that metaphor. But go ahead, Ricky. What were you saying?
That was Drake. Or was that?
I think too.
Mhm.
I forgot what I was gonna say.
No, but 20 women, 20 men. Come on, man. Like,
He on the 20.
I'm just saying, how old are you? You know what I'm saying? Like, how long is a standard relationship for you? 20 dudes? God damn. You know what I'm saying? Like,
if a lady's 40, she could have dated 20 guys. That's one per year.
Man.
Boyfriend.
What's wrong?
You know what else is wild though?
I'm not dating 20 men.
Right.
You know what else is wild? Like women oftentimes like think like men be tripping on like body count and different things like that. And don't get me wrong, men do, but I think men have more of an issue with like being aware of your body count than you actually getting those bodies. And what I mean by that is not enough women move with discretion. Because let's just be honest here. If any one of us asks a woman at 32, I'm 32, we 30, like we all 30 on this platform. If anybody asks a woman what her count is right now, we expect a lie, right? And I'm the type of person, I don't like just opening myself up to just unnecessary lies. You know what I'm saying? I don't like being lied to. So that's not a question that I'm gonna ask, right? But I would assume by 30, you done got a legitimate amount of experience here, right? Let's just call it a spade. And I don't necessarily have an issue with that. I have an issue with me knowing that you moving like you have this type of experience, right? Like your shit is just all in the streets. You moving with no kind of discretion at all. Like I feel like that's what the issue more so is. Because again, anybody with a mature mindset, you ain't thinking no 30-something-year-old woman got 2 bodies. Like, come on, gang. Like, especially if she's attractive.
Come on.
That's just not realistic. And any man expecting that has never been around women in his life, in real life, outside of these platforms here before. Right. So I think, again, women need to start moving with a bit more discretion. Like, and there's certain women within the city, and we all know them when I'm talking about this. It's a chick that immediately came to mind. You're like, yeah, this bitch been moving all around the city. I know such and such hit her, Jordan hit her, John hit her over here. Like she just moving with no discretion.
Wait, you gotta define that. How do the men know who hit who?
Because the news beat you to the door.
So what you're saying is she's not moving with discretion because she allowed a guy to take a photo of her that he probably said, "Oh, it's just for me, girl. It's just for me. It's not gonna go anywhere." And then the men are passing this picture out. Okay, just want to make sure.
Or she sent it to
20 times. That happened 20 times. See that? Let's speak in context. That happened 20 times.
What happened 20 times?
Folks on that 20.
I don't. We were talking about a photo. I don't get where the 20 is coming in.
What I'm saying is that I hear what you're saying. However, listen, you got to put in context. Don't no man want to know his woman get. It doesn't matter if we thinking in the back of our head and we say it to us. We're the masters of compartmentalization. You see what I'm saying? We understand. Listen to what I'm saying. We understand you had a past before us,
I got that when you said it the first
right?
time.
We understand that, but it's different when the whole world knows your entire past.
But you just said, I asked, how would the whole world know? And Trill said, because we are passing photos around of our amongst ourselves. That was an honest question.
Wait. That's not the only way. And I'll explain to you another scenario. You know, when you be in the spot, you be in the club, you be at the bar, you be at the hookah lounge, right? What I mean by discretion is, like, I know some like grade A hoes, right? That don't nobody know is hoes. Like, she done smashed a lot of the city, you know what I'm saying? But she carries herself in a way when she's in public in which she ain't going up hugging niggas' necks and jumping in niggas' arms and niggas grabbing her ass and shit like that. She giggling and chuckling and she like all of that. Like, it's just a certain way that you move. It's a certain etiquette, and men know because men be trying to duck bodies when we in public, and we just gonna call a spade a spade. If we walk in the room and it's five of our pieces of work in there, they getting either just like Ricky said, either one we gonna leave, but if we gotta stay, ain't nobody getting more than head nods in there. It's gonna be
a big head.
That's it. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I mean by moving with discretion. But those type of chicks don't move with discretion. She want everybody to know that I was messing with James Harden. She want everybody to know that I was messing with that lit nigga on YouTube or this nigga here, or whatever. So every nigga she see, it's a whole theatrical scene. I'm hugging his neck. I'm jumping in the air. Like, my feet is picked up when I'm doing. It's just you doing too much, baby. Now every man watching that shit is thinking two things. One, this gonna be an easy smash right here. All I gotta do is just finesse it out. And two, you will never be taken serious with me. Ever. I don't give a damn what you turn into, what type of leaf you turn over, because I'm aware of how you moving in these streets, and I shouldn't be.
And
I think it's good that you said that, because some women who actually aren't in these streets move as though they are. And if you try to tell these women, like, I look at their profile and they ask me for advice on their profile, like, you look like a whole prostitute. You might be some librarian, but every picture your back is to the camera. Every picture you got something hanging out. You know, you have we all see you don't have a bra on, sweetheart. Like, I think that women misunderstand because the mainstream media says this is liberation. This is liberation.
It's not just that. Again, it's not just that. Women, y'all have a misunderstanding of your very own value and what you guys should value that you have in yourselves. Y'all don't, right? Again, not pointing this at anybody else, but just talking in general, right? Y'all crave attention so much, right? Y'all crave attention so much it becomes a drug to y'all, and y'all don't care who y'all get it from. So, y'all women complain about catcalling, but you got an Instagram full of ass shots.
Thanks.
You see what I mean? That's not what it's about. I understand it, but I understand what the problem is. You gotta want better for yourself. You gotta realize what you're presenting out to the world.
Yep.
Right. And
this is where fathers teach daughters.
And to speak on what you asked the question, how do you know? A lot of times y'all girls tell us y'all hoes.
Hey, that's a fact.
I guess I wouldn't know.
I'm gonna be honest about it. You know what I'm saying? Them girls be like, she a hoe. Okay.
We can't take Tanya nowhere. She always trying to leave without the group. She pulling off with a nigga at the function. We can't take Tanya nowhere. Every nigga hearing that, we like, oh, word, you can't take Tanya nowhere.
Okay. I had a little bit of an insecurity when I was a lot younger because I was a virgin. I wasn't moving like that. When we went out, I'm wearing jeans and heels. I'm not wearing booty shorts, slit up my thigh. And at the time, I didn't have the wisdom enough to understand that all attention isn't good attention. So I used to wonder, like, man, nobody would talk to me. And it became a little bit of a complex. Like, literally nobody was trying to talk to me. And it took an older guy friend to tell me, men can tell that you're of a different caliber. I'm not trying to toot my horn. This is all credit to my father and my brother. But he said, young guys, 18, 20, whatever, they see you and they're like, oh, she's going to be a wife. So these dudes aren't looking for wives at this age. So they're not talking to you. They're not blowing you up. They're not asking for your number and all these other girls. And so if I didn't have the parenting that I had, I might have switched it up and been like, well, I guess I need to change how I move. But what happened was I preserved myself. And I kept myself. And at 23, I got married. And so I think a lot of these women, they don't have strong male role models. And so all they're seeing is I'm not getting picked. Therefore, my skirt has to get shorter. My neckline has to get deeper. And they will keep going until they get attention and not realizing the guys are laughing at them behind their back. They think that that's their bae and their boo. And like you said, you go in the club and he's like, don't even make eye contact. Don't make eye contact.
I say that, and that's a fact because like men could tell like how much work it's gonna take us to get to the destination within 5 minutes of a conversation, man. It may not even take 5 minutes. I might be being generous.
I might be able to just look at you.
Right. It just say, okay.
Driven. We are results driven.
You gotta say that's
a fact. So it's like it's certain women, and what Yancey's saying is 1,000% true. Like I could look at a Yancey and be like, okay, yeah, I'm gonna have to take her actually out in public. I'm gonna have to take her on dates. I'm not gonna be able to just pull up with the Netflix and do my thing and get out the way. So okay, I ain't really in a space to where I'm really ready to put in that much work right now. I done been drinking a little bit. I'm at the club. I'm trying to slide something tonight. But then I look over and see Tanya. And you know, Tanya done hugged 20 niggas next tonight. You know, she over there twerking every chance she get. You know, dudes is like, I'm like, okay, that's an easier kill. So I'm going for the easier kill. Now, when I get to the age to where it's like, okay, I'm ready to settle. Then it's like, okay, we gonna tuck Tanya, and now I'm ready to put in the work that it's gonna take for Yancey. But again, that man has to be in that, you know, space. And you're right, it's gonna take patience. And a lot of people ego can't handle watching other people getting chose around them. Trust me, we didn't. I know me, Dre, and you know, Olden done seen groups of women get finessed. In terms of and Smooth said this, and this is some of the realest shit that I never heard. He said that if you could hit the baddest one in the group, you can hit all of them.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? But it's because women are in such competition with each other, right? So again, you may have a chick in the squad with great morals, but she constantly just getting looked over, constantly getting looked over. One day, she gonna be to have a little bit too much to drink, or she gonna be whatever, and she be like, man, fuck that. I'm ready to get chose tonight. So then she gonna pull out that skirt with the slit you talking about. She gonna pull out those heels that you talking about or whatever. Now she acting out of character just to get chose. So it's gonna take patience.
Right.
And most people don't have the ego to handle my homies getting chose every night, and I ain't even getting a look.
Man, them girls.
And it's not even being chosen if we really are honest. They're
Right.
That's it.
Them girl circles, the easiest ones to break up, bro. I'm telling you. I'm telling you, bro. You get one of them, they get you in a group chat, it's over, bro. Over.
Y'all are giving so much free game. I really hope women listen. I'm surprised that people aren't getting mad, because usually women get mad when men are honest. My thing is, take notes. If people are telling you, you might not like it. It might make you mad. You might think men are disgusting. I don't care what you think. Take notes. Because if it's too late for you, it's not too late for your daughters. I thought my dad was exaggerating when he told me stuff. I'm like, Dad, you're so corny. He's like, every dude's gonna want to get in your pants. I'm like, oh, Daddy, people like me for me. And he's like, girl,
dude, bro, like I told my daughters that, man. Look, like dudes ain't giving you no attention just because you cool.
Just because. He really liked my backpack, Dad. He's like, well, my dad used to come with he'd come. Every dude was scared of my dad. That's the other thing. When your dad is present, and those of you who have daughters, be present. I remember being at a basketball game. The gym was filled. We're all watching. It was a boys' basketball game. We're all mixed in, girls, guys, whatever. And all of a sudden, it was like the rapture happened. Everyone stood up at once. And I was like, what the heck happened? And I turned. My dad was way at the door. He walks in with my mom. They brought pizza for like us and our friends. The dudes just knew instinctively, get the hell away from her. They didn't even want to be sitting near me because they didn't want that smoke. My dad was like, I will mess somebody up if they try to come with my daughter. I couldn't date in high school. I had protective dads. But I think we need that because women, we're naive. We think, oh, I could just go and we're really good at Netflix. I thought Netflix and chill was actually Netflix watching Netflix.
Y'all not naive. I think y'all just, y'all not naive. Y'all just don't listen.
I think, that's true, because I thought I knew more. I thought my dad was just being old school and paranoid. And
I just don't listen. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. As with most people, they don't believe it till it's knocking at their front door. You know what I'm saying? That's human nature, right? But I had to teach my daughters, like, I'm not your enemy. You know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to give y'all any information that's going to send you down a right or wrong path. I'm telling you because I love you. This is what it's going to be. And all my kids, all my girls came back when they was older. Like, Dad, you was right. I apologize.
Yes.
A lot of women think that other people think what they think in their head. So, oh, a boy likes me because it is. So he's thinking that because I'm thinking that. But no.
Yes, that's what it is.
Other thing. Yeah. So yeah.
He
Real
told me
rap.
he loved me. He said he saw a future.
Lord.
If I had $1 for every girl, he said he saw a future with me. I said those are words, man.
Facts.
That's the game. If I say you got to learn that difference, man. But real quick, man, I didn't plan on this live stream going so long, but I mean when the conversation is good, sometimes you got to ride with it, man.
Yeah.
Real quick, we gonna bring up a couple people, man. Not too many. I know it was a lot of people waiting, man. I'm sorry we couldn't get to y'all, but when the conversation is going, sometimes you just gotta let it ride. I don't be liking to interrupt and mess up the flow of things. So, on that note, we gonna bring up our first guest.
Okay.
Miss Saira, how you doing?
Yeah.
You there?
Hi. Sorry, I couldn't unmute myself. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you good.
Hey.
Oh,
there she is. What's going on?
Hey.
All the girls in the bottom row.
I've been waiting like for 2 hours.
I know, my bad, man. But what's your take on these double standards? Do you feel like some of the double standards are warranted, or should we kind of move with a bit more equality in terms of judgment during the dating process?
I think there's double standards for everything. And when I mean everything, it's literally everything. But we also have to see the contradictions, because one of the double standards I mentioned, it was when parenting. For example, you see a father out there, playing with their kids. Oh, you're such a good father. But then if the mother is distracted, oh, look, she's distracted. Little things like that always happen. So yes, pretty much agree with everything that y'all said. And when I mean y'all, I mean Ricky and Jonesy, Brittany, everybody. Your points are clear and respectable. Yeah. The only thing I have to say is that I look at it from the outside. I'm not in the US. I'm not from your culture, so it's a different perspective. Also, I was raised by my dad, so I never lived with my mother. So it's a totally different thing. So having a male role, what is it? Wait,
Role model.
Yeah, role model.
Thank you. In my life, it's definitely, it makes a difference. It makes a difference. So I spend a lot of time with my grandfather as well, and my grandma. They used to take care of me. So look at their dynamic. It's definitely, I don't know. It's just rewarding. It makes me feel good to remember and see, how they were, and that's what I want. That's what you look for.
And may I ask Sarah, what's the dynamic between your grandparents? Could you explain what their relationship is like?
Oh, some men will not like that, what I'm going to say.
That's okay.
My grandpa said one time, I cannot be the head of the house and the body. Either I am the body holding the head, or I am the head and she's going to be holding the body. But if I am the body, she's the head and she's the direction, and she has to tell me where to go. Or vice versa. But we need each other. So that's pretty much, sometimes I'm going to be the head, sometimes I'm going to be the body. And that right there, I was like, wow. I remember one time my grandmother, she's like telling him stop. My dad was telling my grandpa to stop doing something because he was very stubborn sometimes. So my grandma is like, can you listen to your son, like stop doing it. And he's like, I'm going to do it, whatever you say. And then my dad continued to try to stop him. My grandma said, let him. Stop my dad, meaning her son. She said, stop, let him do whatever. He made a mistake. He came back to the house and he said, you were right. I'm sorry. I didn't do it. I was like, oh my gosh. I even told my grandma, I don't even know how you do it. I don't know how you do it. But it's just things that I remember.
Here's a question in terms of the dating scene out there that I have for you. Like, is it as like fast foodish and shallow as you've heard us describe up here out there, or is it a little more cool to it? Like people move with like a little more patience out there in terms of trying to like get somebody that they like.
It's different. It's definitely different. Like you mean when you're trying to meet someone and you're trying
Right.
to approach someone,
Mhm.
it's slower. Like I think men here put a lot of more effort into what they want. Yeah. Mhm.
And where you at?
I'm from El Salvador.
Okay.
Mucho gusto.
Gracias, igualmente.
Gracias.
Yeah, which is dope because again, I feel like it's like I said earlier, like we in the fast food era. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of dudes have expectations of sex before we even really know your last name for real. Like because most women, if I'm gonna be honest, going back to what Ricky said, most women are making it that easy for us to get it. So I think women control the like climate of things, but a lot of times women can't get out of their own way in terms of like exercising said control. So what all men gonna do is we just gonna take what it is that you give us. However loaded the fruit is hanging, most dudes is gonna scoop and go. You know what I'm saying? That's why I asked in terms of like the patience level. Like a lot of men in the States, we don't really have patience unless it's a chick that we really, really, really like immediately. Then we'll exercise said patience. But just in general, like if we seeing somebody out or whatever, and we just bro, boys is going right for the, you know what I'm saying, right for the sex right out the gate. Like it ain't even no, you know, don't pass go or collect 200. They going straight for the sex. So, but yeah, all right, man. We gonna keep you up here now. Let me bring up let me bring up my boy. Wow, we've been waiting. What up, bro? Wow, what you on?
What's the word?
Oh shoot! Oh damn! My bad.
You got ID?
Hey, what's going on?
What's up, bro?
2 hours later, right?
Yeah.
Chilling, bro. What you on?
So, Dre made a really good point. It's until like we as a man sit down with ourselves and talk about how we what we want in life. So for me, is when I decided I wanted to have a family, and it comes from my childhood a little bit, kind of. But so it's when we decide that, it's when we start working on it and trying to make it happen, and we find information about that. So that's why I truly thought that was a really big gem,
I appreciate it. Yeah.
Valid, bro. What you think about the climate in terms of like dating? Like how is it out there for you, bro? Like is it hard to meet like people of substance, or like what's your mindset as you like navigating out there?
I don't got money, so everything kind of hard, When you don't have a car, you can't holler at no one. You don't have a job, like an actual like $25 more job, kind of hard. And then if you do date those people that don't care about money, they cheat on you. So it's like, bro.
Damn.
That's rough.
It sound like blood sport out there.
Right, God dang. Where you
Rough
at?
in these streets.
Where you at, my man?
Ocala, Florida. So I be dealing with cousin effers, So,
You said California?
Ocala.
Ocala,
Oh,
Florida.
man. He out in
Oh,
the
I thought you
boonies.
said California. I was about to get excited.
Oh, he in the boonies.
Tough. I have a question though. So, like, I have 3 sisters. I'm not the oldest, but my oldest one, she looks to me. So, when you say, our dad's not in the picture, so I don't know how to like teach her all the stuff I've been learning. So they basically been like growing themselves up. I was like, how do I like give them this information?
Just talk to him, bro. Like, and lead by example. That's the biggest thing, man. Lead by example. Somebody always watching.
Right.
You know what I mean? And I think people don't give enough credit for the stuff we see that, I honestly believe our environment shapes us. It shapes us all. You know what I mean? So they watching you, move in a certain way. So that way it just naturally, it impresses, it makes an impression on their mental. You know what I mean? So it all starts with you. You know what I mean? I honestly believe that when you're a male, when you're a man and you're in your masculinity and you doing what you're supposed to as a man, not capping, not doing and saying things, you not saying things and not doing them, the women around you will gravitate towards that. I honestly believe that, right? So do what you do as a man, like you said. I don't put emphasis on money, man, because money comes and goes. I'm just gonna be honest with you. It's a tool that's necessary for you to make it through this life. But fix what you don't like with you. Fix what you don't like with you.
Yeah.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
That's where it starts. Sometimes you gotta sit in the mirror, and I advise all men to do this if you're at the point in your life where you're like, what the hell is going on? I think all of us as men had that point. Look in the mirror, turn off the fucking light, and talk to yourself as a man. You gotta have that talk with yourself. You got to, because until then, you just keep going around in the same circle, doing the same shit that you believe was the truth that you learned.
I ended up doing that. My 17th year, I had an injury, so I always thought I was going to be a football player, NFL, 5-star. That didn't work out, but I had to sit myself, and actually, that's how I got to this content. But red pill space, male improvement, then to this content, and I really appreciate that. It's was the most difficult thing to do because, like sniping, like doing all that stuff, it was cool, but I never felt fulfilled doing it. So until I sat down with myself and realized what I was trying to do, it was.
May I ask how old you are?
I'm 18.
Okay. I think if I could share this, one of the things that men do incorrectly is put women on a pedestal. I think there's a proper amount of respect to give a woman, but there's a difference between putting her on a pedestal in the sense of it's like she can do no wrong. She's this mystical creature almost. There's like a lot of those teenage boy movies where they do the slow motion, the girl walks in, and it puts so much pressure on him to perform for her, which ends up making him not be confident and comfortable. So I think if you, like Ricky said, focus on you, figure out the things that you want to improve. And really, I think confidence comes in finding out what you're good at. When you get into your purpose, and it doesn't have to be the thing that makes the most money. You could just be really onto something. I think the woman will be attracted to that. There are a lot of guys who once they get with their partner, she brings that out of him, and then the money comes later. But I think really having your purpose, knowing who you are, not just taking women just because she's beautiful, but actually having your own value too. Like, I need these requirements. We can feel that in a dude if he's just thirsty for attention, or if he's actually a solid guy who's willing to say no to a pretty woman, So the fact that you're spending your night watching this content instead of some garbage, or playing video games somewhere, it says a lot, because emotional intelligence goes really far with women, and so do shoulder muscles. So that never hurts. Stay in the gym.
If I may say as well, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Do you got a male figure that you can talk to at home, bro?
Not reliable.
Reliable. Hey, I'm gonna put my phone number in the back, bro. If you need to talk to somebody, holler at me.
All right. Appreciate it.
I love this. We need more of this, because you can't be a man without seeing a man in real life.
For sure.
That's a fact.
Fact.
Big fact.
But yeah, bro, just real. Yeah, man. Like I don't know, bro. I feel like a lot of people like misconstrue like what confidence comes from. Confidence just comes from accomplishment. That's it. And I'm just glad that you had that realization early that, hey man, sniping ain't it. I need to take a step back from here and figure out what it is, like who I am as a man, and move accordingly. A lot of dudes don't figure that out till they about 25, 26. We just gonna keep it honest. You know what I'm saying? So the fact that you got that early, you already on the right path. But in terms of like confidence, bro, that comes from accomplishment. So like get good at something, whatever it is. You know what I'm saying? Get good at something, become an expert at something, and you're gonna just find yourself moving with your shoulders just a little more relaxed. Like conversations gonna be way more easier to have. You know what I'm saying? Because you got that to fall back on. Like I'm trying not to cuss too much, but I'm very great at something. You know what I'm saying? So that's where it comes, and that ain't even just for you. That's for everybody in this, in the chat, and everybody that tap into our content, man. Find you a skill and master it, and the confidence is gonna soon follow. You're gonna find yourself moving differently. But you know, the fact that you 18, bro, like you in such a prime position, man. Like a lot of men when 18, we didn't have this type of shit to come in and listen to and figure out how to navigate with women or how to navigate just in
That's why I
life
eat it up.
like that. Right. You know what I'm saying? So you already off to a head start, bro. And you gonna be some, you know what I'm saying? Like
Don't worry about your
some
confidence either.
sure.
I got that.
Oh!
I got that now. I got that.
There you go.
It took me 2 years, but I
I
got
can
it.
see that.
Don't hesitate to push your way into circles too, because like Ricky volunteered. A lot of people won't foresee that and then offer it. Don't be afraid to push your way into circles. So if you see dudes, even if they're 15, 20 years older, most people, if they can tell you're serious, it's a huge compliment to them. And you could just say, hey, can I just ask you questions, or can I just be a part of this? I think if more kids did that who didn't have that male role model, because the guys don't always know who that kid is who's struggling. We can't tell by just looking. So if you go up to a guy, hey, I really respect you. I see you've been married for this many years.
Damn,
They'll probably like take you under their wing.
So
Can you say that all again? My internet cut out. Sorry.
Oh, I was just saying, don't hesitate to push yourself into circles too. Like, let's say if you have a group of, it could be at church, it could be, you could see somebody out and about, or, somewhere where you have an organic relationship. Don't hesitate to say, hey, I don't really have a male role model, but I see what you're doing. It could even be a guy you see with a really nice car. You could just say, hey, man, can I ask you, what did you do? You look kind of young. Don't, just like you would step to a chick, don't be afraid to step to a man. And most people they take it as a compliment. A young kid looking up to them, and not all of them might click, but you never know. You always want to be, what do they say, the bottom rung in your circle? You always want to be the one who knows the least in your circle, has the least amount of money, because if you're the top. What's that?
You're always stupid. You're never the one smartest.
Because then you can learn. You can always level up. Mm-hmm. So
definitely.
And it's Blueface. The person that has 1,000 bodies bragged about it was Blueface.
Oh, thank you.
Right.
I did not know names.
I was just looking that up. My bad.
Yeah, bro, I put my number in the back check, man. Make sure you copy before you get it. I'm serious, man. If you need to holler somebody, call me, bro.
I got it. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome, bro.
My boy Darnell is in the building. What's going on, bro?
What up, man? What up? Man,
chilling, bro. What you think about everything that been said tonight, man? What, especially in terms of I want to hear your take on the whole Diddy situation, Diddy and Carissa situation, and just double standards in dating in general, bro.
As far as Diddy and Carissa, I mean, the money is there, so it just kind of, I can't even look at it seriously. I can't take it seriously. But at the same time, I know women, like, it's real rough out here for women when it comes to men. Like the bar is real low, so they would much rather deal with 60% of a present man, an honest man, than 100% of a bomb. Like, I mean, a lot of dudes just I don't know. It's real rough. Like, you can see it. You see it all day on social media. Like, dudes are horrible. Like, and it ain't much to choose from. So, I mean, if you can get what he giving her, I mean, he taking on trips, he paying for stuff, and isn't it like she'll put up with that for a long time, because what else she gonna find in the streets?
Mm-hmm.
On her level at that. So, I mean, he respecting her. So, I mean, that's the main thing. I mean, he respecting her. He ain't dogging her out. Well, not from what we see.
Right.
So, I don't know.
Not much. You keep going back.
Yeah.
Right.
But the money is there, so I can't really look at. I can't even say nothing about it, because the money is there. Like, so right. It's like the man are big in there. Like, who's saying no to him for real?
That's a valid point. All right. Well, then, what about some of these double standards? We had a bit of a passionate argument in terms of like the sex, double standards with the sex. I'm definitely interested in your opinion on that. You know how men can move without no judgment at all, but like women get 4 bodies to certain dudes, and she a whole hoe out here, bro. What you think about that double standard?
I don't like the double standard. I said it the other night with we was talking about with old girl named Lori Harvey.
Right.
I like the way she moving. Like, so I feel like women should, based on the fact that a lot of women sit up and cry over men all the time and all the stuff that they be going through, they should definitely just be moving however they want to move. It's like, I think they should move like us. But at the same time, we talking about me. I don't ask for body counts. If I'm not taking you seriously, if I'm like not seriously looking at you in a serious light, like what you do outside of me I'm not gonna say nothing about that, because you should definitely be still dating. Like, if I'm not taking you seriously, you should definitely still be dating and doing your thing.
But see,
that's the way
the wild part about that is that, you know, a lot of men on this panel for sure feel that same way. But fact is that we ain't the majority out here, man. So when they do that, then they end up dropping their stock on the back end to the majority of men. So it's kind of it's kind of like a messed up situation in a sense, because I agree. I mean, a woman should be moving how she want to move out here, because if I don't take you serious, it don't matter. You could be a whole version. If I don't like you like that, it don't really matter to me. You know what I'm saying? But compared to if you out here with 100 bodies, if I see you as temporary, that's how I'm gonna see you, and that's how I'm gonna handle you. You know what I'm saying?
It's not gonna change. It ain't gonna change with time. It ain't gonna. The way I look at you from day one is the same way I'm gonna look at you on day 365.
Right.
Like, so. But for me, I go into situations based on how I want it to end. And I tell people all the time, start the way you want to finish. But I don't. I've made my decision that I'm probably never gonna settle down. So that's just me. But that's me. Like, I know I'm never gonna do it. But I'm open about that. I'm very upfront about that. I tell chicks that up front.
How do you handle the women that hear that, and then 6 months down the line, they be like, "Nah, we go together. Let's go together."
But you know how women always say, "Just be honest with us."
Yeah, that's what they say.
I constantly reiterate over and over again that I'm not gonna be here long term, and they get me. You know what they say? I hate that you feel like you had to constantly remind me of that. But I do have to keep telling you. It's like,
but I think, if I may say something about it, I'm sorry for interrupting. Yeah. There's codependency from some females that they have this mentality that they think that they can change the mindset of a man. Right. If he's already telling you that he's not willing to commit or anything like that, why are you even thinking about it? My dad told me one time, "You're not a rehab center." You know, you're not changing no one. So that's true. It's reality. Sometimes we think, oh, I can make him change his mind. No, we cannot. Not even a kid. Marriage, nothing guarantees that he will change his mind. Yeah. So having a kid from him, no, it will not make him change his mind. And so some women really go with that mentality. So yeah.
I think it's because women get our mind changed a lot. We'll say, "I'll never take this," and then the guy will say all these things and do all, well, I guess. So I guess they're thinking the men's the same. If they don't want to do it, they don't want to do it. It don't matter who's saying it, what they're saying. It's not happening. A man has to do what he wants to do, good or bad.
Yeah, I always call cap on what women say they're not gonna do. Like, you got to show
because
me.
the actions tend to say differently than the words. It's true though.
You got to show me. Like, I'm dead serious. Like, you got to show. I don't care how many times you sit up there and say, "I would never do this." I sit up on the timeline and laugh all day at Twitter.
Yep.
Because they be like, "Oh no, chicks out here doing this." Like, bro, like, you gonna do it. Like, if the right dude pull up, you gonna do it.
Your girls like who they like. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Break the rules for the ones they like, and that's why I keep trying to say, when y'all get right, the game will get right. It's just that simple. I don't know I don't know, like, why people try to change this is the nature of us. It's our jobs to pursue you. We want to get y'all pregnant so we can carry on so we can get our time machines and move on down the line, right? the reason why the game is messed up because women allow the game to be messed up, and some parts of it, y'all set the game to roll the way it's rolling, and y'all don't want to take responsibility for it.
I'd like to add something too, just an observation. Do a thought experiment. I mean, you see it a lot on social media too. At the end of the day, the answer is women actually don't mind cheaters. I mean, I look at the world around me and I see more women make excuses for why they'll leave a good man because of he's boring, but they'll make 1,006 excuses for why they'll stay with a cheater or a guy that beats her up. I mean, I've never seen women fighting over good men. Have you? I mean,
I was gonna say, would they fight because he wouldn't put him in a situation where they had to fight. So I guess he would never even be in that situation.
Listen. We can overcomplicate this if we want.
How is that overcomplicating? I'm saying he's not going to put two women in a position to fight each other because he's going to only.
Maybe not, but at the end of the day, she won't. We see how women treat good men. They tell us every day. I mean, like this new trope, right? There's two tropes going around. One that should be deaded by now. I mean, everyone's talking about the Lori Harvey scenario. It's not about Lori Harvey and MBJ. That scenario is simply for intelligent people. They are simply an avatar for the standard operating procedures of Black relationships.
Correct.
All right. So we've already been, I mean, we're basically, if we look at this conversation, we're in the chapter 1000 of why don't men want to get married, basically, because this is basically what this conversation started, the relationship kind of conversation, right? And so it's just kind of been going round and round. Why aren't these relationships working? And the women are the ages, the 35s and 40. Hey, I'm ready to settle down. And men have been saying, we don't want you to be out on the block. So now what happened was, because I remember, I pay attention with the MBJ, Lori Harvey, it's like a Black fairy tale. Everybody was excited. She was living the fairy tale. Everybody was, especially the ladies were cheering that on. Oh, he's spoiling her because, with this high value conversation, it was a real popular trope that, hey, if men, and people have said it tonight, hey, if you men just get your stuff together, she'll fall in line. But it's not true because what I looked at was the response of the women, and the general consensus of women was, it don't matter if you have it all together. She can do what she want to do. And don't be mad. So I don't want to hear the trope now that if you have it all together, because women have just said that it don't matter. I can still do what I want and be unapologetic about it. So what happened was people now started changing the narrative because they couldn't hide behind that narrative was there weren't any good Black men, essentially, in their 20s. That has been the narrative. The reason that I'm 35, 40 is because there were no available, viable options of men. Now, I'm sorry, I grew up in the 90s. I remember Freaknik. All right, women been doing what they wanted to do since the 80s. So this notion that people haven't been already out in the market doing what they want to do, I mean, we just not. Me personally, like I subscribe to radical honesty. All right, and I just don't think that we're ready to have the type of brutal honesty that it's going to take to change anything because we're not willing to piss women off. Everyone's dancing around, not making women angry, but it's going to take making you angry for anything to change. Period. Building the world is uncomfortable. Building the world is not nice work. Sewage work ain't clean work. If you want the earth to spin, you're going to have to get dirty. Men understand this. All right, so your feelings, I mean, we're in an emergency state situation in this community. And we're worried about tone.
Trill, do you think that I sugar
on tables, but we worried about tone? Come on, man.
Trill, you see my content. Do you think that I sugarcoat things for women? Do you think that I pander to women?
No, not at all.
Now, when I say you, I'm not talking about you. I know the environment. I don't want to get into the individual because that's a way to kind of back out. We all live in the same earth. We all see the same things. So it's not about me.
That's not what I was going to say. I was simply saying that I hear what you're saying. I don't disagree that it's a very hostile environment for people to speak the truth. My point in bringing up the fact that I do it is to let you know that there is somebody out here who is trying. It might just be one person. It might be one person, but I agree. We are in a society right now where it is a woman's world. No matter what anyone tells me, nobody can make me think otherwise because women are the biggest spenders. It behooves marketers to cater to women. And so women are doing things that are hurting themselves. Like, yes, men are getting hurt too, but the women are actually hurting themselves and then blaming the men for the hurt that they have. So I was coming on to co-sign what you were saying, that I am out here and I take a lot of heat. I get a lot of angry feminists. That's why I laughed when somebody accused me of being a feminist. I'm like, you're lost, friend, because I actually fight feminists every single day. And I think that the truth is powerful, and more people need to speak the truth. I get a lot of men in my DMs saying, I cannot believe what you're saying, and you get away with it a lot more because you're a woman. And it's true. I can get in the hen house because I'm not seen as an angry, bitter incel. I am a woman who has lived the life I'm preaching about. And I'm telling these women, you're hurting yourself, and everybody who has fed you these lies and propaganda, they are benefiting financially. They are going to tell you it's okay to do this. They're selling you fast food, not because it's good for you, but because they're making money.
That's
and
right.
Yet we are getting bigger and bigger. And then we want to say it's body shaming. If a man says, oh, I want you to be in shape, it's all propaganda to make money. And so
as long as we look, I'm just saying, let's own it. Because there's a lot of dancing around. Like, listen, I'm a brother, right? I hear a lot, I'm a goon in the chat or whatever. But I hear a lot about accountability, and that's just not the universe I live in. Especially black men, we're the most held accountable people on the planet. All right, so we got to get our ladies on board. And the second trope I wanted to address, and then I'll let y'all have it, is this: it's always one stream of the next. It's either, all right, I got this dude that's P. Diddy, or I got some broke loser living in his basement. And I think that's deliberate, and it's deliberate because that will allow you to escape the fact that you're actually passing up about 70% of actually really viable candidates.
That's what I'm saying.
So it's really to have a really easy out. So we have to turn them into these, because to be honest, how many brothers do you know they're just these sniveling, they're just scared of women? I mean, come on, man. Like, I mean, I know that's popular to say, but most brothers I know aren't some sniveling losers who just have zero confidence and they're just afraid to talk to women. Now, I mean, now it makes it easier to argue against, but the reality is most brothers are just normal brothers working at the insurance company, working at State Farm, working at the bank or whatever. Brothers out here doing it. I live in Dallas. All right. If you live in any major city, brothers have decent jobs. So this notion that brothers are just janitors, again, it makes the argument easier to attack, but it would make you look bad if you said, okay, I'm actually passing up dudes that make decent money, got, make 50, 60 grand. He's all right, look in, he's got his stuff together. But if you say that, you're going to look like a degenerate. So you got to say there's no men available. There's either these rich players at top or these losers that ain't making no money with no confidence. And then
they're saying they want more than 50. They're saying, the women are saying to me, if I'm making 100, 150,000, I don't want a guy who's making 40,000, 50,000.
That's their problem. Here's the thing. Then they're not looking for love. They're looking to hustle. At the end of the day, that's a $200,000 household. If you cared about legacy, that wouldn't matter. Someone who says that is selfish. You should be looking. See, here's the thing. Why are you going to brag about your income and you don't want to spend it? What's the point of you bringing up your money if you're not using it to help our family? If you tell me you're strong and independent and make all this money, then I needed to benefit the family, because what you're telling me is all about you. So I don't care what they want. Build a good black family and build a legacy. It's not about you. That's the problem. And the problem is you think that's a rational response. That's not rational. What I see is a $200,000 household with a man there in the house to build a legacy. But no, because everyone wants to be a basketball wife, and the relationship now is a snapshot you see on IG. You want the tall, dark dude in the picture with the abs out on the beach. Hey, I'm in Bali with the bag on. Everybody wants this snapshot. That's what they're looking for. Nobody's looking for a connection.
I would also like to. Oh, I'm sorry.
I was going to say the reason why, though, is because instead of just being angry at women and yelling at women and telling them what they did wrong, because I used to come in very abrasively and I was constantly wagging my finger in women's faces, trying to get them together and collect them. What I then started doing was saying, what is it? Are these women crazy? Are they just self-destructive? Or is there actually something going on here? And when I actually wanted to dig psychologically beneath the surface, what I found out is there's a lot of fear. So these women have had mothers and grandmothers who are stuck in relationships because they did not have their own money. And these women who are married to abusive men, financially abusive, you don't have to be physically abusive. Some men say, you can't even have a debit card. You need to ask me for every
They're
single.
lying. This doesn't even sound
Don't
like,
discount. Hold on, fam.
That's right.
These are actual situations. These are some situations I know firsthand. So we can't just throw out cap every single time something doesn't fit the narrative. So what I'm saying is this woman who's living in today's age has had grandma and mom in her ear telling this. This has been validated. This is not something I'm just making up. You're shaking your head, but you don't even know where I'm going with this. I'm on your side,
Listen,
dude.
I know. I've heard all this before. Nothing you're saying is. I've heard all these diatribes before. They're very common. We've heard all this before.
But you don't understand what I'm saying. And a person who jumps in before they understand what the person is saying is never going to get somewhere. You're just going to be on a hill preaching to people who already think like you do.
No, get your thing. I'm listening. I'm waiting to be shocked.
I think, if I may interrupt.
I'm not going to cast my pearls. No, go ahead, Saida.
One thing that I have noticed is that, and it's totally understandable, we will never be the same. Men want women to think and act or talk like them. We're not. We're emotionals. Yes, respect that. That's our nature. And you have to talk to us in that way. So Johnsy is actually talking to females. Even her tone of voice, her body language is not aggressive, I may say, because that's the way I feel when you're talking. It feels like you're attacking, and we don't like to feel that way. We are females. We don't like to feel attacked. So if you want to have your point across with a female, with a woman, you have to know how to talk to them. And that's what she's trying to say, I believe, because that's what I'm getting. Like, if you really from the moment that you started talking.
Why don't we just bypass you then? If I have to treat you like a 5-year-old, then I'm just going to bypass you.
So we're 5-year-old, not women. We are telling you, 3 women here. All the
what I'm saying in context is that we are in an emergency situation.
Wow. And that's why you should actually listen when someone has the keys to solving it. If someone is actually making progress, then you should do that. What you're doing has not been working. Screaming at the top of a mountain, telling women they're stupid and acting like children. It is a metaphor. What I'm saying is men have gone on these rants. Men have done these entire videos. I've watched them till I'm sick to my stomach, complaining about women. What I'm saying is someone actually needs to talk to women. There is no woman who is going to a manosphere channel and listening to men be angry about women. You're very hostile. Nobody else on this panel has come with this type of energy.
But you're not here's the thing. I get it. You can just say, hey, men are angry, and you're saying all these adjectives, but you're not actually making an argument.
I couldn't, because you jumped in and talked over me.
I did a little bit. What I'm saying is we've heard we get all the men are just
you just keep saying that. We've already heard it before. Nobody wants to have a conversation with a person who jumps in and says, we've already heard this. We've had all these people on the panel and none of us have done this.
Can you please continue making your point, please? Or I'm listening.
No, the reason why I said I'm not going to cast my pearls because I don't deal with people who are argumentative like that, who are sitting there talking about, surprise me. I do this for a living. I'm not going to sit here and have someone bait me and try to be condescending and derogatory. The minute I had something to say, you said, oh, this is a diatribe. I've already heard it before. And then when I said, I want to speak.
No, I said that in response to
okay.
You said that I didn't know that you were
Trill. I'm going to go to bed. I'm good. I don't deal with disrespect. I'm cool. You can take me off the panel, Trill. Thank you. Good night, everybody. Thank you.
All right, Yance.
Good time.
All right, Yance.
All right. But, at the end of the day, man, real work's got to be done, and people are doing too much talking. We've been having this conversation, and we've heard it all before. I mean, men are just fed. I mean, to be honest, men are tired. Not men are tired. We're tired of talking. We're tired of arguing with you. That's why we yelling at you, because we've been trying to be nice for years, and nothing has changed. You're about to lose your men. Change it, fix it. You're about to lose your men. It's already gone. So to me, it don't matter or not. I really wish we could come together, but it's over, unfortunately, man. And I appreciate you guys having me on the panel. Trill, hey, y'all get it, man. Great show, bro.
All right, man.
It matters because otherwise,
respectfully, I have to say that over 3 hours of a show with one person that everybody was supporting and everybody was agreeing, and in one moment a woman can be looked like, oh, she is this, she is that, and earlier, and this is just a double standard. I'm just pointing because the topic is double standard, and this is the way I look at it. She was doing great. All the information that she's been given, regardless if you agree with her points or not, she was never disrespectful at all.
I wasn't disrespectful. I just they didn't like the comment where I said like treat them like 5-year-olds, because that's what it feels like. We have to.
I am talking about her. I'm not saying her.
Right.
I'm not saying you. I'm saying that right now. I'm reading in the comments that, oh, she
I thought you were addressing me in the scenario. My apologies.
No. I'm saying that, you know, like, because obviously she felt in a certain way. She felt attacked or whatever. She felt in a certain way. Now you feel like, wow, you know, one person can be looked totally different than what was happening earlier. And it's a double standard because a man is here and he's like, oh, he comes with his presence or whatever. And that presence can be positive or negative. And it can always affect a woman. Always. It don't matter how good she was doing, we will always be disregarded. Like, okay, nothing happened here. Double standard.
Yes, if I'm trying to fix the world and the conversation is about fixing the world and we're worried about tone, then in that context, yes, you're immature. But I'm a military guy. All right. I've been on 2 tours. When they tell you to get the hell down, you're not worried about the tone. You get the hell down because you don't want to get a bullet in your head. Now, if you want to have a conversation after you get down, fine, but get down. If you're with a man, then you have chose him as your leader. Don't be with a man that you don't want to follow. If I have a pit bull, if he rolls in the street, a car is coming, I'm gonna jerk him by that chain. I don't care if he wants to go. He's coming now.
Not every man is a leader just because he's a man.
I understand. That wasn't my point. I specifically said, then why are you in a relationship with a man you can't follow? I'm very careful with my words. I didn't say every man was a leader. You need to choose a leader. If you're not under a leader's leadership, then you're on your own. If you ask about a leader, I'm going to ask where your husband's at. But hey, it was great, man. I'm gonna get into it. Appreciate you having me on the panel, man. Great conversation, man. I didn't mean to piss the chick off, but I keep it 100, man, at all times, man. Or at least I try to.
It's all good, G. We appreciate you, bro.
Hey, all good, man.
All right. Any
I don't know. I mean, I want
pretty quick here, man. I was just like, damn, man. Wait a minute. Okay, just real quick. Let me pay some bills and then we're gonna analyze, what just happened, wrap this thing up, get y'all off to bed because it's late as hell. First and foremost, shout out to Dallas. Say men having bodies is a lot more respected because getting women is a skill. It's not respected for women as much because you can simply walk outside and simply smash the mailman or the pool boy Darius. It's true to that. Mo lifts again. Some of the prettiest faces have the lowest self-esteem. That's a fact. That is a fact. I'm not buying a lemon car. I'm out as a third test driving. I'm feel that for sure. What are the social norms like in El Salvador? Okay, I think she already spoke on that one. Do y'all think women would benefit or suffer if social media was to go away? Same question about men also.
Sure, I think both sexes will benefit.
Yeah, I think benefit for sure.
You have more time to work on yourself. You have more time to pay attention to what's going on around you and more time to work on yourself.
You know yourself more.
That's a fact.
And will allow.
It's a fact. Shout out to Benevolent Logic. Appreciate you, G. Say double standards are here to stay. The same way a man and a woman can have the same bodies and the woman is seen as a hoe. It's the same way a woman cannot be as financially well off as a man, but the man is called a bum. Well said. You got a part 2. It says easy to pick the most desirable with less substance because when it fails, you already have a built-in justification as to why it failed without it being your fault. Damn. And shout out to Antonio. St. Joseph, we appreciate you, dude. That's all I love, man. So just I'm actually interested in hearing y'all thoughts on how this whole ordeal.
I mean, it was, I don't know. He was just talking over a lot. Like, it was disrespectful. It was very disrespectful.
He didn't let her finish her thought, but I'm gonna say this, then I'm gonna get off this thing because I gotta work in the morning. So this is, look, exactly what Sarah said. Women are emotional. Things have to be presented to them in a certain way. This is the exact reason why y'all are not fit for leadership.
Thanks.
It's just the honest to God truth. This is why the world should not be on y'all's shoulders. This is why y'all should not be out here trying to fight and handle men and fight the fight that men have to go out here and conquer every day. It's not, y'all not built for that, right? Now, why I disagree with him is the money issue, right? You can't, just because you know it don't work like that. You gotta give your wife something to believe in.
Right.
There's no way you can sit up there and tell a woman what to do when she's making more money than you. The same way nobody can't tell you what to do if you're making more money than them. Right? You're supposed to lead a lead. It means exactly that. That means you take on the responsibility of that household. And that includes financial. Sorry, guys. Sorry.
I agree.
I'm sorry. Right? I don't believe in 50-50 I don't believe in it. Somebody always gives more than a relationship. And if it's the woman giving more, exactly like Sarah said, she needs to be the head. You need to listen. If I'm the fine, like I said, why we keep trying to complicate nature? You pay the cost to be the boss, baby.
Mm-hmm.
You gotta pay the cost to be the boss, right? Women out here trying to be like men because y'all was forced to back in the days, or your mama taught you this and all this. Look, those times of where it was thin like that are no longer. You need to be responsible enough for yourself to find a man that not just you believe, but has proven in you to have the qualities of leadership that you look for in a man. Right? Now, I'm just going to be honest with you. You're not going to do that catching 20 bodies. Shout out to Jans.
Gotta bring that back up.
That 20 is a wild number, man.
Right? But I'm not going to sit up there. I'm not going to sit up there and let men off the hook. You need to be a man at all fucking times.
Right.
All times. That don't mean you ain't going to make mistakes. Right. Ladies, that don't mean you not going to make a mistake. But I'm saying in the whole all be all of the thing, you have to move a certain way. Men move a certain way. He can talk your ear off. I don't care. You gonna know because he move a certain way. Even in his mistakes. Right? But a lot, and this is for I'm gonna give both of them they work, right? I'm gonna give both of y'all work. But a lot of times a woman would rather give 20 men one chance to give one man 20 chances. Right? Now, men, what's y'all problem? Y'all thinking just because you make a little money and you flossy that you a leader. Nah, that's your job. That's your job. What it mean if you can't protect your woman? What it mean if you can't raise your kids correctly? What it mean if you can't give your woman correct instruction, or you don't know how to balance a checkbook, or invest your money, or try to do something to make your family better than what your mama and daddy was.
I had a man tell me the other day he don't even know how to keep up with his own calendar. His wife do it. He adopted.
Be a man.
Yes,
be a goddamn man. And if you don't know, you need to get around a man that knows that, so you can learn something. Young man, call me, bro. But stop fighting against nature, man. Stop fighting. Yo, this is the shit they telling y'all that they keep pumping in us with this social media, and not just that, but the agenda that they trying to pass with legislator from the federal government on down is not the way. It's not the way. Y'all know the game. Y'all just want to switch it so it benefits you. And I'm telling you, everybody gives something up in a relationship. You all do. And y'all need to stop thinking just because you cute or you think you special that you going to get the right person. A good person costs you something.
Might cost you a little. Might cost you a lot.
That's a fact.
So cautious.
Yancy, welcome back to the stage.
Welcome
Thank
back.
you. I have a question. People were saying that my gender was the issue. I don't see him coming and over talking anyone else. I don't see him being condescending and sarcastic. This was the exact example that I was talking about. We did not agree. Even Ricky and I didn't agree. We had a point where we were like passionately talking. We didn't agree. Ricky never disrespected me. I never, from what I can say, I never disrespected Ricky. I never took it to another level. I never disrespected the platform. I didn't do anything. The minute I stood up for myself and said, don't talk over me, don't belittle me, suddenly people were saying, oh, it's because she's a woman, she can't handle it. That is bullcrap. And the part that's so ridiculous, because I was going to bounce and I said, no, I'm not going to let someone bully me out of a space that I have earned my place in. I'm not going to let someone take the lowest common denominator. The part that irritates me is that I am out here putting myself out there every single day for 7 years. I have advocated for men. And I've said, the women aren't listening to the men. Let me figure out a way that I can speak it in a language that they listen to. And to jump on me and act like, I am the problem. It's ridiculous. Like, you're saying as a man, you're saying we want solutions. We want the family to be fixed. You have a woman sticking her neck out and speaking to women. These women are coming to me crying, saying, my family is getting restored. I didn't realize I was the problem. I was being masculine. And you want to come for me? That's wild to me. Because you can't control yourself. You can't let a person finish a sentence. You are so egotistical that you have to make little comments like, oh, well, go ahead and speak now. Let me see if I'm blown away. Bruh. It's just unnecessary. And then to try to put this under a heading of a leader? Are you kidding me? This is the kind of crap that women say, if that's what a leader is, you can miss me. That is not a leader. A leader is somebody who does something a certain way and it's so dope people follow him. Not somebody who screams over somebody else. Not somebody who has to have disparaging comments. And frankly, there are so many men in the comments. I look at the comments. These are people who are the problem. Y'all talking about women are the problem, women are the problem. There are women who are the problem, and half of the people in these comments that I've seen are the problem. They're talking crazy when we are spending our time. I'm not getting paid for this. Mm-hmm. These panels are getting paid for this, but yet we're out here trying to help people. And frankly, it would have been nice for the men to step up and say, yo, let her speak. Because as a woman, I want to stay in my feminine. But I'll be darned if someone comes at me crazy. That's why I said, you know what, just take me off the panel. Because I don't want to walk out of my femininity. And he got me to the point I was heated. But at these moments, I feel like this is a live example. When a man is coming out of pocket, as women, we respect that if a man says, man, you're coming at her crazy. Come on now. And this is why my channel respects me, because I say to people, you're not going to talk crazy in the comments. If someone comes at a woman in the comments, if they come at a man in the comments, I check them every single comment. I don't care that I have 15,000, I check them, because we cannot have productive conversations unless we are respectful. And all I was trying to say is the women are shutting down because they feel like they're getting yelled at. Just like the men get discouraged when women are constantly making content saying all men suck, all men suck, all men suck. So I'm saying maybe some of us have to infiltrate. Some of us have to come in and understand where these people are coming from. And the women are saying, we don't see men who are protecting us. Therefore, I have to get in my masculine. And that was the perfect example. Someone who looks at the clip could be like, oh, Yancey's her masculine. Why? Because the guy was not being a man. That's all I have to say.
My grandma used to say, one rotten apple will ruin a dozen of apples. And we were okay. But I have to say that effective communication, he could have a point. He had, he had a point in what he was saying. And we could have respect his point just like we respect Ricky or whoever else. He had a point. But it's the way that you communicate. Like, nobody likes to feel. I don't think Ricky will allow a man to come and talk to you in a certain way. I don't think that you will accept that or allow that. So, yep.
It's not about accepting or allowing. He didn't call you out your name. I don't think it was about protection. You guys had a discussion. He wouldn't allow you to speak. That's all it was.
You don't consider that disrespect to on a panel jump on someone and not let them? Okay, we have a different.
It's like I said. It's not about how you took the message the way you wanted to take it. That's up to you.
Well, I respectfully disagree. I would not consider somebody respecting me if they cut me off, and that's how I show respect to other people.
But do you hear his tone of voice and his body language on how he's telling you that? And I don't even feel like any type of way with Ricky when he's saying, "Oh, you took it the way that you took it, and it's
like
fine." We probably took it the way that we took it, but it's different.
I'm not a hypocrite. We had the discussion early. I don't care how somebody delivers their message, whether they're cussing or they cuss. It doesn't matter to me. If what he's saying, you take it how you want to take it. It's up to you.
Well, we will just disagree on that. I definitely think there's a way you can be respectful.
And that's totally fine.
That's the difference between women and men, I guess. Yeah.
That's why and I'm a man.
Right. I do feel like he was emotionally unavailable. I do feel like he was so caught up in like his emotions and he ignored yours. But I mean, I don't know. Y'all was having a conversation going back and forth. And I mean, you felt the way you felt and you got out of there. So, but I feel like
it's because if somebody is not trying to have a constructive conversation, it's literally a waste of my time.
Right.
If I try to speak and somebody jumps in and starts speaking, you can't even hear what I'm saying. You're telling me I don't value what you're saying. And for me, if someone is telling me I don't value what you're saying, I'm an idiot for staying. I'm casting my pearls before swine because you're telling me I'm not interested in what you have to say. Even if I disagree with you, I'm interested in what you have to say so I can respond to something at least. Right. And I was actually agreeing with him. And I was simply saying, hey, what you're saying is true, but it's falling on deaf ears because of this. And obviously, I'm not making this up because I'm breaking through to women. Mm-hmm. But instead, everyone wants to gaslight and say, oh, well, you're just imagining things. Okay, well, then don't deal with women. If you're claiming you want to work with women and you want to help women and you want to fix the family, you're not. It's not the case because we're telling you we know women and this does not work. Right. No woman has ever watched a video of a man going on a rant and said, oh, gosh, let me change my ways.
Yeah, y'all were on the same page. That's why I ain't understand how it went.
Right, because it's because
it was when he kept cutting me off. That's how it went left.
I understand that, but like I said before, it's women's job to get women correct. Hey, that's what you do, and thank you for doing it. But that's y'all job. Y'all the girl code. Y'all woman code can unite. That's what y'all do. You see what I'm saying? Well, like I said, I'm not gonna sit up there and be no hypocrite. That man, he delivered the message the way he felt appropriate, and that's what it is. And you didn't like it, and that's just what it is.
Well, do you think that it's productive to have a even Trill said one mic. There's a reason there's a saying because you cannot hear anything being said if everyone's. I don't understand how that is being seen as a feminine thing to want to actually hear each person speaking.
And it's just like I said, I just mentioned. I said I understand that he was over talking you. I already said that was the issue. But again, y'all was having a conversation, and the tone you didn't like the tone or the way he was doing.
It was the over talking. That was what I had an issue with.
That's I ain't got no problem.
That's all I'm saying. I'm saying as a woman, it would have been nice for someone to say, let her speak. I can handle emotions. I can handle emotions. I can't handle someone talking over me because now you're wasting my time. That's why I got off. I said, if you're going to talk over me, let me just go backstage until he's taken off the platform. I'm actually getting full sentences out now. I'm still heated, but I'm still here because I'm able to get complete sentences out just like you are. That's basic human respect. Let's stop with this gender thing.
But see, just real quick, I think context is missing here in terms of saying like why the men didn't just jump in and just stop him from talking. I think for one, over talking, cutting people off happens on these panels every single day. So again, going back to what Ricky said, and I even asked, I was like, you think we should jump in here? And he's like, I don't know, again. It's having a passionate conversation. And women and men have passionate conversations on YouTube on these live streams all the time. But again, it's like Ricky said, he didn't call you out your name. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't like a disrespectful, like I don't know. It's hard. It's hard to kind of put it in words. But in terms of like over talking and cutting people off, that type of thing happens on this platform all the time. So I think it's more so men numb to it than wanting to just jump in and save you, because that's gonna open the Pandora's box to where like, okay, well, anytime somebody cuts somebody off, I gotta jump in. Hey, whoa, stop, everybody stop.
So
Yeah,
And make sure that she finished. You know what I'm saying? So if that was the case, we'll be on here 6 hours. You see what I'm saying?
but can I ask you this? Oh,
Sure.
no, go ahead. I mean to cut you off.
Yeah, no. So all I'm saying is, again, just going back to what I said earlier, perception is everything in terms of disrespect. Just like when he said, okay, well, say something that'll wow me. Yeah, he's being sarcastic, he's being whatever, but even that is not, I wouldn't classify that as disrespectful. Because if I'm arguing with somebody and they say that, I'm just be like, okay, yeah, nigga, wait till I get done talking. So like I'm saying, you know what I'm saying? Like, so I don't know. I think
it kind of take us back to that discussion that Smooth. Remember when Smooth and that older lady got into it and they went back and forth for like an hour, but nobody disrespected each other. They just they were just clashing.
Right, but see that's an example of what I'm talking about. And there was a lot of over talking in that. You know what I'm saying? A lot of loud talking, a lot of elevating, but it wasn't a situation. It's like, bitch, I didn't tell you to, or like nothing like that. Then, okay, if he get out of line, get to calling you out your name, it's like, all right, hold on, my nigga, you gotta go. We're not doing that here. But if it's just a passionate back and forth, again, when people get passionate, people get cut off every day, all the time on it. Like I say, we on these live streams 3 and 4 times a week some nights. So this shit is normal.
But
so
Trill, when you said, no, go ahead. This is the difference, I think, for me. And this is where if you guys are saying you just don't see it, me and Saida are the only ones who could see it, then that's on me. And this will be my last time coming on, because I'm very selective on which platforms I come on for this reason. I like to come where there are discussions. You said when we are arguing, I don't do arguments on social media. Literally, the way my piece is set up, I don't do arguments. I can debate somebody because we have a common goal. I don't argue. Arguing is combative. When he was making little comments like, oh, well, because I said I wanted to finish. He's like, well, go. I heard all this before, but go ahead and finish so I could maybe I'll be shocked. That is sarcasm. And if we're sitting here saying we don't see that as sarcasm, there's a difference.
It may be sarcasm, but what we're talking about with, like, is it disrespect? There are people in the comments who, like, how do we measure what's disrespectful? You felt very disrespected. And I think it's very important to not take away from how you feel about how this interaction took place on this platform. However, as they're all saying, it's like, and I get your point too, because in what we do working with women, there is a fragility that you have to have when you're having conversations with women, trying to get them to break down their walls and understand. For a woman to trust me and show me who she is so that I can help her fix these issues, I have to come to her differently. That's just what we understand as a woman trying to do this work. But it also doesn't take away from the fact that there indeed are women who hide behind tone and delivery every single day, as Otis already said. So this is exactly the context of the show, the double standards. This may be one of those situations, I don't know, but I think 2 things can exist here. Like, you're very valid in how you feel, and I don't want to take away from that. I'm glad you're back on the platform. And it's a thing of, like, is it disrespect? Because there was disagreement.
And I appreciate that.
I think it's about boundaries. Like, what I think is disrespectful might not be disrespectful for you. It's about boundaries, and that's her boundaries, and it's supposed to be respected. Simple as that.
And at the end of the day, if my boundaries are more delicate than somebody else, respectfully, this will just be my last conversation. Like I said, this is why I'm very particular on which platforms I come on, because I always want to walk away feeling like everybody is trying to be respectful. So shout out to all of you who are on here right now. I feel like the 6 of you have been extremely respectful. I actually enjoyed it when you guys were on here. It's not enjoyable with the type of energy that he brought, whether you guys don't think you saw any different energy. He came on with funky energy, in my opinion. Very aggressive. This is what I see all the time. And there are people in the comments who you can tell they are not here for anything productive. They are looking for sport. They want to have fun. So I'm not going to spend my time doing something that is for someone's entertainment. I'm passionate about the family. I am passionate about breaking generational curses. This is not a game for me. This is not entertainment. And so if somebody feels that that's too sensitive, God bless you. People who enjoy me can come to my content, and I'll let you guys have it on yours. Thank you so much for having me. And I'll stay as long as you guys would like, but this will definitely be my last one.
I'll just say something really quick. I was kind of letting it rock because I know on here conversations can get heated and passionate and things like that. But for the most part, because of the type of platform that we have, a lot of times those issues get resolved. Kind of similar to when we was on live a couple of weeks ago. Now, the young lady wasn't loud, but it was some over talking, there was some eye rolling, there was some, small remarks here and there. But eventually we got to a conclusion. So I was kind of waiting on it to die down because there were times where, you said you agreed. He was quiet for a minute, but then, he made his little few remarks. So then it kind of, went back up. It was kind of going up and down, up and down. So for me personally, I was letting it rock because I felt like eventually it was going to go well. It was eventually going to go to a conclusion because you had agreed with him and you stated, everything that you had agreed with him about. So that was my 2 cents.
I appreciate you sharing your perspective.
Definitely. And I like Brittany said, like, definitely don't want to ignore the fact that you feel disrespected because everything you said makes sense. You know what I'm saying? If you feel like that way, I can definitely understand why you feel like that. But I just feel like he came on, and which is what you don't agree with. He came on looking for that type of stuff. The way he came on, his whole approach, which was looking for that person to go back and forth with, and then he got it. And then so I was like, I guess that's what he want to do. You know what I'm saying? Because he was making points, but then he wasn't making points, and then he was just saying whatever at one point. You know what I'm saying? Like he was trying to have his little 15 minutes of fame. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. It was a weird kind of situation. It was kind of going like, I don't know where this is going. I don't know what. Boom, 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 boom. I didn't think, me personally, that it was that bad, but based off how you explained it and how you feel, it was that bad. And so that's just that.
I appreciate that. I don't come somewhere where I have to fight for my voice. That's all I'm saying. Like, I don't have to do this. I'm spending time away from my children right now. I don't need to come anywhere where somebody doesn't want to hear what I have to say. So for me, it's more of a graceful, hey, I'll stick to my platform where people are actually coming to hear what I have to say. Clearly the people in the comments are not valuing what I have to say, then cool, they don't have to hear it. And it's just, everything is not for everyone. But yes, I'm all about love and compassion. And it's just too much. But I appreciate a lot what you said, Dre.
Right. And he threw me off when he got to talking about the girl making 150,000, then he making 50,000. That's a 200,000 household. So like, okay, what you want to hear? He trying. I don't know what he trying to talk about. So I mean,
can we actually address that? Because I want to hear you guys' take on.
I wanted to speak on that because I know 2 very close friends. One of them live in Houston. She's a chemical engineer. The bag is big. And another one, she's a materials engineer in Atlanta. Big bag. Both of them in 6 figures. And they used to always say they would never date a man who made less than them. They are both now in love with men who make way less than them. One of them is dating a trainer. And the other one is dating, I don't even know what he do. Some real estate, but it's way less. Like it's $50,000 less. Mm-hmm. But they about to marry these dudes. So I think, you can sit up here and talk about what you're not going to accept money wise, but if somebody come through who is good for you in every other way, you ain't gonna look at it. You ain't gonna say, "Oh no, well he ain't making $100,000, so I'm gonna walk away from this great situation." And like you can say that all you want, and that's why I say I call cap, because I see it every day. Successful women who are dating, especially in Houston, man, them girls. There's a lot of chicks in Houston making a hell of money, and they okay with taking care of a nigga.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I feel like you could be right. You could be right. I mean,
I trust me.
But I feel like you got to be making close to or more than. You know what I'm saying?
Initially, yeah, maybe. I mean, but when it come down to it, when a chick is digging you, bro, like they fall off that pedal. I know girls that then had a list this long of what they wanted, and every time the longer it take for them to find that, the list just. Well, let me scratch my 6 things over here because I ain't gonna find that. Okay, let me see what I can find in this department. Yeah, okay, let me take about 4 more things off that list, and then at that point, they just want a nigga that's breathing. So I mean, it's just you can put all that out there if you want to, but sometimes, I mean, I don't know. I see it all the time. Successful women get to the point in the beginning they like, oh, I don't want to marry that. I don't want nothing less than me. This and this and that. But then they fall off that. They step off of it. Men, on the other hand, men are not gonna come off they post.
Yeah.
Are you guys dating a woman who's making 3 times your salary?
No.
No.
I mean, I don't think. I wish.
Would you want that? Would you?
Yes,
want that?
I'm 100% confident in myself. You can make $400,000 and I'm gonna put you on a pedestal. I'm like, yeah, I got a bad rich motherfucker over here.
See,
you can't knock me off my post because you didn't give me the confidence that I have. So you can't take that away by making more money than me.
That's true too.
A lot of
Please
women
make more than me.
A lot of women move in a way that is different when they are making money, way more money. And this is coming from men and women. A lot of women say it's hard for me to respect a man who can't even keep up with my lifestyle. So if I get with him, I have to downgrade. So I'm just wondering, what is the solution? Does the woman who is making 150, 200,000, how if she's wired for wanting a man to protect her or not to protect her, but to provide for her, how does she change the wiring? And I would love to hear from the guys who said they wouldn't want a woman who's making 3 times. What is the reason you wouldn't want that? Because I don't think it's just a one-way street.
She doesn't. She won't. Right? No matter what nobody says, if you look, so D. Foster say he will want a woman that makes more money than him. No matter what he say, if you get into a long-term relationship with that woman, certain rules gonna conform.
But certain rules gonna conform, but it's my choice to,
right. No doubt. I'm making a statement, not an argument. I'm not trying to make
yeah.
You know what I'm saying? The thing is this. I don't care what nobody says, bro. How can you expect someone to follow you when they're responsible for you financially? I don't see it happening. I don't care. You could be the best leader in the world. It doesn't matter. We keep fighting against the nature of things.
Mm-hmm.
It is nature.
All these things they put in front of y'all is to simply subvert the natural course of things. So people can rule over you because, they make more money or they've got this leverage over you and this leverage on you, when everybody knows if everybody knows, if they were being totally honest, every woman wants a man that's smarter than her, who can lead her in the right direction.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Can I say something about it? I have an example outside of the US, remember? So my sister, she used to make more money than my brother-in-law when they met. But he really wanted her. And I don't know, I guess the mentality is different. And he knew that he had to put his game up now and try to get out of that comfort zone, because he was in a comfort zone. And when women make it easier for a man, men are in a comfort zone. And if we're making it easy for them in every way, whatever way you want to look at it, like, open your legs, you're making it easy for him. He's not fighting. And that's in their nature to fight for what they want, to do the things for what they want. So by she earning more money, he could say, oh, you know what? I'm going to get comfortable and she's making more money than me, accept it or not, whatever. No, he said, you know what? I have to step my game up and work and do whatever I have to do to be on her level or up. And that's what happened. That's what it did. Why are men not thinking that way? Why are you thinking like, oh, I am earning, I cannot even say the amount because it's unrealistic amounts comparing to my country. But whatever amount you're doing, you're stuck thinking this is what I'm doing right now. Why you're not thinking about improving your life and getting better?
Thanks. Now, so I'm gonna say 2 things. Like, The only way I can date a woman that's making 3-4 times me is if I'm making $3 million a year or something like that. At that point, then I can do whatever you can do. You know what I'm saying? And secondly, like I'm an entrepreneur, so it ain't no cap on my salary. So if I date a girl that's making more than me, it ain't gonna be for long. You know what I'm saying? The motivation is gonna be there to double up and go. And I'm not gonna stay in a spot to where my girl is always making more than me. You know what I'm saying? And I'm gonna feel uncomfortable. I'm gonna have to reach a point to where we both increasing, and I'm gonna end up making more than her. I'm not gonna stay in the comfort zone of like, oh, you're gonna be making more than me. It's not gonna sit right in I ain't gonna be able to sleep at night. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna be able to. It's not gonna feel right for me to have my wife making double as me. You know what I'm saying? Like it's not. I'm making 50K. She making 150K. It ain't gonna sit. I don't know.
I think that's how it is with me, but because I can afford my lifestyle, I can afford where I live, I can afford the car I drive. I'm raising a 16-year-old daughter by myself. I've had full custody of my daughter since she was 2 weeks old. 2 weeks. She's 16 now. I can afford all that. So somebody coming in making more than me ain't gonna really rock me because my life is gonna be the same. It's gonna be great. Whether you come in, that's just what it is. So I don't know. I mean, but that's just me. I know men like they don't like that because I remember when I met my homegirl's boyfriend for the first time, and at that time he was hoping to be a teacher. And I can tell every time she picked up the bill, she didn't have a problem with it, but he was over there looking like real, because he's sitting at the table with her and her 2 successful friends, and he looking like, well, damn. It's like he trying to see how he gonna fit into this equation. So yeah, I know men feel some type of way, but just not all men. Like not all men feel that type of way. Like and not all women are gonna stump on you just because you don't make more. Like some women are just built different. Like they are okay with it. They just want somebody who is solid. They don't want you to be sitting up in their house where they pay all the bills in and you cheating, or you still flirting on social media, or you are here embarrassing them or spending their money on bullshit.
But see, D, my only issue with that, right, is that again, you're right. All women are not shallow, and all women are not going to have condescending undertone, and all women are not going, kind of humbly brag whenever y'all are out, or in terms of the type of trips you want to go on, or different things like that. But see, me, I play things by percentage, right? And the percentage is that people are human. People have human emotions, right?
More often than not, they're gonna do it.
That's what I'm saying. So if she's making triple what I make, triple is a lot. So the likelihood of her again doing everything that I just named is higher than the likelihood of her not doing that. So we say all the time, like whenever an argument come up, different things like that, like you think that ain't gonna be referenced whenever you know what I'm saying? Like yes, it is, because again,
there's always the possibility. Yeah.
Right. So again, I move based on how people are wired, right? And women are wired to where they can't deal with us from a physical perspective, right? But what can they deal with us with? Exactly. Word of mouth. So at the end of the day, whenever we do something that she don't like, or something that cuts her the wrong way, that's the first thing that she's bringing up. And as a man, we can sit up here and we can say what we want to say. But every time that she references the fact that we are broke, in a sense, that because compared to her money, we are broke.
After that first one, you need to be, guess what?
That's what I'm saying. So every single time that get referenced, that shit gonna cut at our ego. It's a bit of emasculation every time. It's a bit of emasculation when we out and she say we out in a group setting or something, and the check come and you reach for it. She's like, baby, you sure you got it? You sure? You sure?
This ticket kind of blue, bro.
You know what I mean? So it's just little things like that. And again, it may not even be from a malicious perspective, but it's the fact that she's making so much more money than you that she's gonna, hey, baby, I think we should go to, Europe this weekend.
Right.
Baby, I work a regular 9-to-5 job. Goddamn it, you making triple what I make. Now I can't just take off and afford a damn plane ticket and a 2-week stay in Europe. So what does that mean? I mean,
Yeah.
that she gonna be fronting most of that.
Yeah.
She gonna be paying for most of that. And as a man, we can say what we want to say.
Don't bother me.
It's gonna bother you.
And the
So
thing-
enough of that shit built up spells disaster for me.
And the
That's my
thing for me is this: like, stay in your lane. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not looking for no 100,000. I wouldn't be looking for no $200,000-$300,000 guy. That's not how I move. You know what I'm saying? It's like my wife understands. Hey, we can do this, that, this, and that, and this. We have an understanding, right? She understand if we set in certain lifestyle. That means we can't go here and there at particular times, bro. But like, what y'all be doing?
Can I ask this? This is my question for the women, which is what I was trying to say back when the other guy was here. I tried to understand what the dilemma is from women, because I don't have to agree with the women. I need to understand them if I'm actually going to have an intelligent conversation and persuade them. So I went to the women, and this is what I found. Their moms, their grandmas had really bad experiences where the men lorded over them because of money. Because they did not have their own money, they were stuck in abusive situations where it was either, like I said, physically abusive or it's financial. There's an attorney on TikTok right now. She says there's so many women who come in saying, I can't even get an attorney because my husband locks down the money. I have to ask for the debit card every time and I have to tell him where I'm going, grocery store, whatever. So these types of things are not uncommon. I'm not pulling some one or two. These happened a lot. And everyone does say this when we talk about old-fashioned relationships. Yeah, well, he had a family across town. Women stayed because they didn't have money. So what's happened is these moms, these grandmas don't want their daughter to have the same fate as them. And what they've done is they've swung the pendulum all the way to the other extreme. So instead of teaching them how to be wives and how to attract a man, they've spent all their energy telling them to go get money, which I can understand. I didn't say I justify it. I'm saying I get it. She's saying, don't be like me. So now these women are being obedient daughters. They're spending all their energy on getting their degree, getting these high-paying jobs. Now they're making really big money. The reason why they said women are making really, really good money, well, we do know that there's a lot of stipulations for women. So we know there's part of that, right? You get hired easily in a lot of cases. But the other thing is that women have intuition. So you have natural brain smarts and you compile that with intuition, you're going to do really, really well. There are a lot of professions in which people prefer women over men. They did a study. If you had someone digging in your mouth, a dentist, do you want a woman sticking her fingers in your mouth or a man? If you have a massage, do you want a man rubbing on you or a woman? So a lot of these women are getting these jobs. So now we have the dilemma. All these women are making all this money and they're trying to get a guy. I don't know what the solution is because, as we said, it's the wiring for the woman to have what she respects the man who provides for her. A man feels better when he's providing. So what is the recommendation? What is the solution for all of these women who are like, I have my own house. I have my own car. I have my this. What can this man do for me? But yet they're saying, I want a guy. How do we, like, are we too far gone? Do we just start over with the next generation?
I think one of the possible solutions is like how it's done in my country. Like, it's a household. It's not you and me. It's not what is yours is mine. It's ours. Like, you know, whatever we make together, we use it to pay for everything, and then whatever we have left, we enjoy it together. That's the way it's done. But if you keep thinking, and I'm not saying that men is doing, because I hear that a lot of women are saying, oh, I'm going to use this part of the money that I make for me, for my nails, for my, you know, for my stuff, for my lifestyle. And that's totally wrong, because it should be the family, the house, the bills, everything, our vacations or whatever, our kids, everything. It's ours. And then whatever, hey, you know, we have this extra, then we split it, and this is for you, use it for whatever you want, and then you have this amount, use it for whatever you want. You want to save it, you know. If you want to use it for your nails, use it for your nails. But I think that's a solution.
What about the women though? Because the women are saying, like, one lady came to me, she said, I'm thinking about divorcing my husband because I keep going to the next level, and it doesn't feel like he has ambition, and I'm losing respect for him. Again, I'm not condoning it, but a lot of these women are saying, I don't respect a man who can't out-earn me.
So,
this the crazy part, right? This double standards. Double standards is the name of the show. Double standards, right? So I understand the dichotomy you saying about them being taught And while I'm not gonna say that was the rule, there are exceptions to every rule. So we can't void out those experiences, right? But what is it saying, right? What is it saying that when a man gets into a relationship, we have to quell our nature to be within that relationship because of Western society, right? Because we want to keep that woman, we want to make the changes we need to be correct to keep that particular woman, right? But it's not up to the woman to rewire herself and fix herself, right? Right? So again, I look at it like this. So I'm going to divorce my husband because I make more money from me. So the responsibility is on him. Right? That's what she's saying. The responsibility is on him to elevate, right? So I say again, Trill.
Did you hear what I said?
If the responsibility of everything falls on the man, why the fuck can't women fall in line? If we're the ones who always is going to end up at the end of the day footing the goddamn bill. Oh, I'm independent. I make my own money. But when you divorce, you want to take half of every goddamn thing I done made.
Yeah, I hate that.
When the fuck
like you wanted to divorce? Like what do you want?
When? That's what I keep telling y'all. Stop all the bullshit. When y'all get right, we'll get right.
So what is your solution? So should she just ignore? You're saying, if I understand what you're saying, ignore her wiring and just suck it up. Is that what you're saying? Essentially,
that's what we have to do to be with y'all.
Yeah,
I'm asking. I'm not in that situation. I'm asking for them.
I'm just saying this is the frustration of men every day. This is what we do.
Trust me. I understand. I literally teach this, so I get it. You're preaching to the choir. I'm simply saying these women are coming to me saying, I don't know what to do. And so that's what I'm asking. What are men saying? So you guys are saying, just suck it up and just do it. You chose to get the bag.
That's what we do when it's not even that we didn't do our job as men. And this is no attack to nobody. Just listen to what I'm saying. I need y'all to listen. Right? No matter what happened in that relationship, no matter what me and you know behind closed doors in that bed when we lay on that pillow at night, what happened, right? When you decide to go, you go. It don't matter what type of job I believe or even that me and you agreed that we was doing. You go. I'm still responsible. In every state in this so-called Western society, the United States of America, that set the social tone for everywhere in the Western world. I'm going to take the hit because I didn't live up to an expectation because you made more money. Or for whatever reason, I wasn't happy. He was boring. So if this is the case and y'all recognize the double standard because y'all take advantage of it whenever the chance y'all get. So if the double standard is being recognized, why can't women just fall in line?
My solution was to focus. I feel like our generation is kind of lost. And I've decided that it's better to speak to the 20-year-olds, the up and comings, and say, look, let's learn from what your moms did and your aunts and your grandmas. And instead of not saying don't get educated, don't get a career, but keep space for a man. Like one of the girls, I think she's Six the Goddess, I think is her handle. She said, if you get a house, don't be so attached to the house saying like, I have to live here. I put roots down. It could be a rental property for your family. Keep that mindset. And I think that this is something that women do struggle with. It's very difficult when they have to give on their side. They want the adjustments to always come from men. And I do see this. They want them to make adjustments. And so my thing is, if you understand that a man is wired a certain way, like the majority said, I would not want a woman making 3 times as me. You have to understand that if you're going out and you're pursuing a career, there's going to be, what is it called? A compromise. You're going to weed out a lot of the guys. And what I said was, and I got ripped for this. I had to turn my comments off. They were ruthless. I said, why not focus on the marriage And if you are very brilliant, you're blessed by God, you got intuition, brains, all this stuff, pour into him as a unit, like Sayeda said. Pour into him as a unit, build each other up, and they can come up together. And you know what the women said in overwhelming numbers? I don't want to build a bear. What if I invest in him and I don't get ROI? And I said to them, what do you think men do every single time? A woman could live in her daddy's basement and he will gladly scoop her up as long as she has a big booty. So, you know, I feel like we have to pick a struggle, ladies. That's what I say. I feel like we have to pick a struggle. I don't think women can have it all. Yeah.
I feel like that is idealistic in a sense, but the problem with that sometimes is when you give a man too much, he just keeps taking. So then he loses the value of being a protector and losing the value of everything because she's gonna take care of all that stuff. And that's the problem with me. Like you have to cover all the stuff across the board. And I know sometimes men, if she gonna take care of me, then I ain't gotta do shit. And I feel like that's a deep problem. And I don't want young men to live on that standard. You know what I'm saying? And I don't know how to communicate anything else. Like, you know what I'm saying? Because niggas gonna be niggas at the end of the day. They're gonna take whatever you get them and they're gonna try to make a mile out that inch. So that's my only problem.
Guest said that today. Yeah, he said men have to always feel like there's another, like they have to feel that pressure to keep going. And if you get complacent, you'll just be complacent.
Yeah, very. Yeah.
That's nature. They get comfortable. It's our brain. It's just simply like that. It's our nature. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I think that is a great point. I'm seeing people wiping eyes. I'm seeing people going to get throw blankets and shit. Brittany over there barely keeping her eyes open.
Over there struggling. Oh, struggle bus, boy. Go ahead.
I just realized the irony that guy's name had silent in it. And I was gonna say, he's so silent because at first he wasn't talking. I like the irony.
Hey, y'all just didn't have a meeting of the minds, and it's understandable. Everybody not gonna come at you the way you want them to come at them. That's just life. You know what I'm saying? It's part of it.
The beautiful thing though is that I don't have to be.
And that's a fact.
That's right. People in the comments are like, well, the world is like this. The world is what I make it. And so I don't ever have to deal with anything I don't want to deal with. It's one thing if you're in the street and you catch me somewhere crazy and you cut me off and you jump out of your car. But unless I'm physically having to defend myself, feminine says, I'm out. You don't handle me the way I want to be handled, I'm out. You will never see my face again. Call me what you want, but I have worked too hard for my peace and ain't nobody going to disturb my peace.
No disagreements.
I respect it. And on that note, man, we're gonna get up out of here. Shout out to everybody that's in the chat. Y'all been rolling. I've been reading. Some of this shit is funny as hell, y'all. But I mean, all in all, man, I think it was a pretty productive conversation. You know, it kind of flew off the rails here for a quick second. What I mean, that's just part of passionate debates. When you have passionate topics, you come to expect it. But you know, in terms of everybody on the panel, I appreciate y'all being here. You already know what time it is. And we back at this thing again next Wednesday. Brand new topic, same time, 9:30 every Wednesday. Gonna try to make this a staple. You got some last words before we get up out of here, G?
Oh, sleepy as hell, boy.
Y'all see me struggling over here?
Man.
But
checking for the time.
Please don't let that man drive home.
Let that man go on to bed, man. Y'all
don't let that man drive home. Let him sleep on the table.
Straight up, man. But yeah, man, like I said, it's love. I appreciate all y'all, and y'all are more than welcome to tap back in next Wednesday. Brand new topic, man. We go keep this shit rolling. But on that note, man,
see you next week.
I ain't doing 4 hours next week though, man. Can't do that.
This nigga do 4 hours, man.
Bro, it was not supposed to go 4. In my mind, I got 2 in my mind. I don't know how we got the 4, but you know, that's neither here nor there. Next weekend, everybody in the chat, don't expect 4. It ain't happening.
Man.
It was nice talk. Nice to meet everybody. Y'all be safe.
Bye.
Take care of yourself. Have a great night.
Thank you all.
Right. Y'all take it easy.